yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Por que é que eu estou contente? Eu não devia. Eu devia estar triste. Como é que vocês, filho da puta, estão? Uau, o preço da montra, final. Estou a brincar. Está bem, eu quero jogar um jogo chamado Vernal Edge. No entanto, how long is this shit? Ugh. Downs, como é que era? Já me calei. Inter-Slavic is comprehensible, plus problem with dictionary. Wait, what the fuck is this video? Why is it being recommended to me? I'm not an alien, I'm just autistic. Savannah Brown. Damn. Aposto que é um vídeo sobre descobrir a tua mental illness e como isso te deixa em paz, de género. Afinal não era atrasado mental. Afinal era só cookie dakatuki. Is that better? Is that any better? Acho que é, porque assim consegues dar um nome ao quão diferente tu és do resto do mundo. Isso é um alívio. E é o início de começares a funcionar em conjunto com outras pessoas, não é? É. What does this mean? What is this gonna be? What the fuck does that mean? May the dear Lord bless Savannah. Are you excited about your first day of school? Yeah, you looking forward to it? I want this one. I want this one. Damn. But what is this? Is this all about she... What is this? Tell me, Savannah.
And what are you doing with your big face in the camera? Can you do like a magic trick or something?
Jesus. Dark. This is some dark shit. Savannah! Savannah! The name Savannah. Damn, she got married at 12? Is she Muslim?
It was just autism.
Não é por nada, mas eu não vi nada de especial nos vídeos, era só uma criança.
I'm sure you're all very surprised. Hello, my name's Savannah, and it's nice to see you again with this new information I've acquired on my travels. In a video I made last year, I said I suspected I had a hint of the tism. Ho, more than a hint.
Wait, is this a great video to watch with my my greatest friend? My greatest friend. Where is she? Eu devia parar de fazer beatbox, porque beatbox é pior do que racismo, é pior do que nazismo, é pior do que... O que é a pior coisa? O que é a pior coisa que existe no mundo? Racismo, nazismo. Yo, LTG, I love this guy. Vieste a correr?
I have a bidet. I don't wipe.
Quanto tempo é que
at
isto dura?
all. I use just straight up my bidet. Spray
Thank
that
you.
shit on max default.
If you use toilet paper, your ass stinks.
Yeah.
Eu lembro-me de recomendarem-me vídeos da Savannah. Also, boa noite, estás boa? Pensei logo em ti. Não foi logo, mas foi tipo... Eu vi o autístico no vídeo e não pensei em ti, desculpa. Desculpa. Mas, depois estava a ver... Ela no início começa... É interessante. Começa com os vídeos de criança. Ela própria a ver os próprios vídeos que os pais dela filmaram como criança. E depois... e depois... No momento em que isso acaba e ela diz... Yeah, I got datismo. Foi aí que eu fiquei tipo... Tenho que falar com o Shiro. Já. Foi o datismo que me deu trigger. Prefiro ser o verdadeiro lurker. Ok, camaralho. Obrigado. Anyway, gosto muito de ti. Mas olha, LTG moment, só um momento.
You got a bidet?
Eu não te dei bait, ok?
I have a shower head that I unhook and I switch the speed to the one that shoots up. A bidet doesn't have enough power, so you need something with full power.
Oh, a bidet. No. So you get in the shower every time you need to wipe your ass?
I love LTG.
With the toilet paper because that's not how you're gonna get your ass clean. Then I sit my ass on the edge of the tub. Then I shoot the shit, so there's not two purples all in the tub.
How long does this take you? I'm really curious, actually.
About 15 minutes to get a
I love
clean.
this guy.
How do you shit like a day? Like,
I mean, probably one or two.
You have no fucking.
Gosto bem deste vídeo dela. Eu lembro-me de ver... Isso vai ser mesmo um vídeo dela? No link parece que tem um channel.
Hello, my
Ah,
name's
ok.
Savannah.
Eu lembro-me de ver vídeos dela há muito tempo e gostar, e depois parei de ver e nunca mais me lembrei dela. I'm sorry. Quem é que me recomendou? Será que foi a Maria? Se calhar foi a Maria porque ela escreve. Esta menina escreve, não é? Isto é um poema? I could write my magnum opus or I could simply go to bed. Estou com o feel que já vi este vídeo. Olha aqui o like. Já tinha feito like. Que cena. Mas não me lembro do vídeo.
I constantly have something to say, and it is both ruining and enhancing my life to an awe-inspiring degree. And that's just the opening line.
Ela é muito gira. E tu, ei, estragaste tudo, fogo e tal, coisa e tal. Como é que estás? Estás bem disposta? Como é que foi o teu dia de férias?
Yoink! How the time do pass. I left you as an e-girl. I have returned as whatever the hell this is. I've also just checked the news, and a lot has happened since I've seen you last, I fear. I don't know. Bitcoin. Everyone's favorite internet graduated musical comic also discovered projectors, the fucker. And I finished writing and released 2 books. The first is a poetry collection called Sweet
Já
Dark
tens
that
uma...
came out in October,
Oh!
which slaps.
I'm proud. I'm proud, my dude. Se quiseres eu posso ir acompanhando mais. Porque eu gosto de vos ver a fazer coisas.
I also have a second novel coming out literally.
Sim, disse vos,
tomorrow.
plural. Shira.
It's called The Things We Don't See. Dark, coming of age, insane, summer vacation, mystery vibes. Which, oh yeah,
Leveling. Ainda tens que pôr os bonecos no ecrã, não? Não sei.
slaps. And naturally, because I've spent so much time working on all of this, I've been thinking about not just the books, but about writing and creativity, and I guess my relationship with it
Menu
and
do
how in a
clown.
very real way it's the only
No outro dia, ontem, acho que foi ontem, estava a brincar, em vez de ir para a cama, estava tão ansioso que decidi abrir o Unity e decidi explorar a cena de abrir uma scene dentro de uma scene. Conhecias esse conceito sequer, Shiro? Eu pergunto só a Shiro porque eu sei que tu nunca mexeste no Unity, camarão. Ideia organizada feita por fora. Eu acho que eu começava por pôr a boneca a andar. Acho que era por aí que eu começava, mas não sei. Isso é um jogo muito database oriented. Não sei como é que vais organizar os dados. Isso parece-me ser também outra coisa muito importante. Uma vez que é um RPG, se fosse no Unity eu ficava todo contente, tipo, ei, vou usar Scriptable Objects. Estou mesmo viciado em Scriptable Objects, são mesmo giros para organizar dados. Ter um database dentro do teu coisa. Por causa do OBS ter uma scene dentro de uma scene. Sim, sabem como é que eu usei a scene dentro da scene? Eu queria ver os ice scores em qualquer. Se fosse no menu, fosse no jogo. E então, o que eu fiz, o que eu experimentei ontem a ver se dava, foi quando carregas no botão, fazes load scene, mas additive. E então, essa scene, a única coisa que tem é os ice scores. Que na hora vão buscar os dados que estão num singleton de ice scores. Eu achei isso mesmo giro. E depois manda a cena com o caralho quando não a quero. E continuo na cena em que estava, tipo no menu ou no main game. Achei isso interessante. Se for interessante também para vocês, vejam o VOD de ontem, I guess. Mas também é uma coisa. Eu ia dizer, mas é uma coisa muito simples, mas não é um mas, é uma coisa muito simples. É bom, não é? Ser simples. Se fosse complicado, I don't know. Era chato para aprender, I guess. O web funciona de forma parecida, mas é componentes dentro de componentes. I guess. Scenes, atenção, scenes são conjuntos de game objects. Não sei se sabes o que é um game object no Unity. Olha, acabaste do Kingdom Come. Boa. É o Elder Scrolls diferente. Já comeste o Kingdom todo. Oh, Shiro, queres estar atento ao vídeo do Tism ou como é que queres fazer? Watch together? É que eu queria saltar para este vídeo. Este é o momento em que ela diz I got the Tism ou some shit. É o Skyrim, mas melhor. Mas também. Oh, mas tens poderes de dragão? Fuso? Roda! Fuso? Roda! Em 2011, toda a gente dizia isto. Até, sei lá, os nossos sobrinhos de 2 anos que não sabiam o que é a vida. Fuso, roda! Nem sabiam porque que diziam, mas diziam. Pensas que o Todd está a brincar em serviço? Agora me dá jeito. Queres ver depois ou queres que eu ver? Ou não? Ou não? Podes ver no teu. Eu mandei-te o link para tu veres no teu próprio tempo, I guess. Eu saía disparado. Puxa, e eu. E eu. Sim, eu atirava-me para o chão só para o meu sobrinho ficar todo contente. Fazia isso. Sou muito forte! Man. I don't know. Olha, Shiro. Tentei. O que é que eu faço? Eu tenho um jogo que eu quero começar a jogar. O LTG a falar sobre lavar o cu. This guy. Eu vi esta cena quando o panel e caguei-me a rir com o LTG. Eu acho que ele neste contexto é espetacular.
You dedicate about an hour a day to shitting and cleaning your ass.
Yeah, because how many people? Let me ask everybody a question here. How many people in here do an actual ass check after you're done? Ass check is when you swipe, make sure it's good.
I'll be honest,
Check.
I have a bidet. I don't wipe at all. I use just straight up my bidet, spray
Thank
that
you.
shit on max default.
If you use toilet paper, your ass stinks.
Yeah.
You got a
Wait,
bidet
well,
cookie?
I have a shower head that I unhook and I switch the speed to the one that shoots up. A bidet doesn't have enough.
I love this guy. Chip must go. Wait, este gajo não gosta do chip damage?
What you looking at? What you looking at?
O que é que você... Eu não sou contra o conceito de chip damage. Mas também nunca joguei, por isso. É assim, a maneira como está agora é tipo... Morres se bloqueares. É só estúpido. Mas... Uma coisa é verdade. Houve um momento na minha vida... Acho que eu vos contei. Mas já foi há muito tempo. Houve um momento nas nossas vidas, no Tekken 3, maybe, em que eu e os meus amigos experimentamos o chip damage. Era uma opção que podias mudar nas definições. Não sei se no set é possível. Estou-me a cagar. Nunca fui às definições, sequer. Mas no 3 experimentamos, só a ver se era fixe. Tiramos logo, não gostamos. Não gostamos nada do chip damage. Só que também não tinha o mesmo contexto do Tekken 8, em que tens recoverable health. Sentir que tens a capacidade de recuperar as vidas que perdes por ser combo. Eu acho que é isso que eles... Eu não sou contra o sistema de health novo. É preciso darem tune-up às coisas. É dar tune-up. Os dados que o pessoal... a verdade é que este Closed Network Testing também foi aposto que também foi um balance testing, tipo... O que é que o pessoal acha disto? Vamos mandar-lhes uma cena exagerada e é para ver mais ou menos... Também, já agora, já que aqui estamos, não é? Eu curtia que houvesse um outro CNT com um balance completamente diferente. Era engraçado, era interessante. Vai haver mais algum CNT? Está algum marcado?
Did I finish the Technate survey? I'm gonna go buy one from eBay in a second. I'm trying to think of what else we want to talk about.
Sabes porquê? Porque isto basicamente vem substituir... É mais democratizado, não é? Isto vem substituir os arcades que eram Korea only. Isso era bem podre, porque só o Kenny é que podia experimentar. Agora está tudo a experimentar o jogo 1000 anos antes de ser feito. Um beta? Mas ainda deve faltar para aí um ano para haver um beta, meu. Relaxa, meu. Coisas não achem feitas, meu.
Sound effects, the graphics, netcode, heat system,
Parece um bebê. Oh, que caralho.
Combos are super fun. I love that part of the game. Law is super cool. We talked about the easy DSS, easy running 3, easy slide. Easy slide they should probably change. I'm okay with the other ones. Instagram.com, level up your game. Also, my TikTok has been popping off. It's old ass boomer. That's my TikTok. Old ass boomer. All right? Easy to follow. Oh yeah.
Com desempenho
Of course, now
decente.
the CNT is finally over. We've had 2 weekends with the game.
Eu não me importo. Eu não me importo disto. Desde que eles estejam de facto a trabalhar no jogo. Eu falo como pessoa que desenvolve coisas, não é? E tu também desenvolves coisas. Isto para mim. Ok, vamos dizer se somos nós. Eu não sei o que é que o Arada anda a fazer, mas se fôssemos nós. Isto para mim era a melhor cena. Mandar esta merda. E depois eles devem estar cheios de... Ai, como é que se diz? Logs. Como é que se diz? Não é logs que eu quero dizer, mas é tipo logs que enviam, que tratam os dados para perceber como é que o pessoal está a jogar, sei lá, quantas vezes é que o jogo vai abaixo, bababá. Isso é tanta info muito boa para trabalhar. Em vez de trabalhar no ar, estás a trabalhar sobre informação. Puseste o jogo na mão de pessoas. Isso é tipo, oh meu Deus, juicy feedback, so good, we can work now. Não sei, isto é a minha perspectiva. Eu não sei o que é que o Arada vai fazer, obviamente. Eu não sou o Arada, nem o Arada é eu. Mas para mim isso é tipo o best thing, digo eu. Só que é assim, é a perspectiva de quem desenvolve coisas e às vezes até gostava ter mais tipo informação de como é que as pessoas usam coisas. E eles têm, não é? Acho que o próprio Arada já disse que eles têm montes de logs. montes de Ai, a palavra veio finalmente à cabeça. Eu sei montes de analytics, isso é mesmo docinho. Mas pronto,
So,
olha.
there's a lot of impressions, right? There's been a lot of
Hey,
people talking about
estou a falar só para mim. Não sei como é que os outros são.
balance and you know what's broken, the chip damage, the heat state, simplification of the game, the
Problema vosso LOL.
safer on block, counter hit throws being unbreakable. I've tried to test it like in a billion ways. Yeah, he did reversal. He did reversal there. So he did King's reversal. So when you do a reversal or a parry, you will get thrown. And when you do, it's like this sound effect happens, right? Big ass noise. I'm a dragon. Listen to the noise. Right?
Teve hit
People
stop.
are thinking that is a counter hit throw.
Vocês falaram do hit stop, não falaram?
That's throw beating a power crush or
Yeah, hit
a
stop.
parry or punishing a rage art. I think I have one example of it also punishing a power.
A sério, não vês aquilo a parar? Não falaram do flash. Tenho flash tenho um bocadinho de flash e um bocadinho de hit stop, não é? Tipo, para tudo um bocadinho. Uns segundos. É interessante, o Street Fighter 2 tinha isso por limitações de performance e acabou por ser uma coisa que definiu o género. Tipo, ei, um jogo é fixe, o game feel é melhor quando tem isto. E é tipo, I don't know, a Nintendo não aguentava o jogo, I guess.
Beating a power crush or a parry or punishing a rage art. I think I have one example of it also punishing a power crush as well. So,
É para reconheceres mesmo que aconteceu alguma coisa diferente, não é? Acho que este jogo tem nuances. Esta build que recebemos tem muitas nuances que eu aprovo, só que são muitas coisas pequeninas que não são, no fim do dia, não são tão substanciais quanto isso, não é? Mas muito detalhe, tipo, parece que o foco deles foi, olha, há muita coisa que acontece que passa despercebida porque não há informação visual para isso. E então parece que uma das missões deles foi tentar, nessas pequenas coisas, dar mais informação visual. Eu adoro isso. Aprovas mais as nuances que o core. Ok. O que é o core?
so that is the one instance of it where it's a little bit different, like where you can use it as a punish, not just like versus it at the same time. Everything else I've tried in terms of like punishing a move in their recovery frames with the throw or throwing someone in their startup, I never got to work. Key charging and doing it with the throw or
que aconteceu aqui?
throwing someone in their startup, I never got reframes with the throw or throwing someone in their startup.
Tem um flash, mas mais pequenino. É tipo azul só?
Throwing someone in their startup, I never got to work. Key charging and doing it, didn't do no sound effects, didn't do nothing. They were still able to break the key charge throw. So I am like 90% sure that counter hit throws are not a thing. Like, so many people said that counter hit throws are unbreakable, and so many.
É assim, claramente alguma coisa está a acontecer, não é? Não gostas dos efeitos visuais e auditivos? Olha, espero que tenhas posto isso no teu e-mail para o Arada. E-mail Arada. Não, mas põe mesmo. E põe tipo, joguei o jogo no mínimo. Isto é uma merda. Arada, please fix.
And I've tried multiple ways, right? So I don't know what the situation is. You know, when the game's actually out, we can test it. We'll know. But for me, it seems like it's versus power crush, versus parries, versus counters. Throws win in those situations, and they're unbreakable. Rage art on block, you can punish with it, and that's also unbreakable. And also, I think.
Mas também faz o
not this one, but I think if you
ou não?
a power crush in its recovery frames with the throw, then it's also unbreakable. So those are the examples I've seen. What I'm curious about is whether you can punish.
E o Alada também não é burro. O Alada pôs esta coisa assim ambígua que é para ter os content creators tipo Is it? Is it not? Oh my god, we need to speak about this. A ideia basta transformar o Hit Spark num efeito que acompanha o membro é fixe, mas devia ter sido algo mais subtil. Membro? Não sei. Não sei o que está a acontecer. Eu entendo que são para indicar a potência dos moves, mas são demais na mesma. Estás a dizer que o jogo tem demasiado camera work? Ou tu gostas de camera work?
Does that work? Is that unbreakable if you punish a heat engager?
O arco de eletricidade é tipo da perna dele até ao topo da mão, não é? E faz um arco gigante. É muito grande.
With the throw, is that unbreakable? You know, so there's still question marks about the system of the throw system, but it's definitely different. And I gotta say, I do
Wait.
the throw system that unbreakable. You know, so there's still question marks about the system of the throw system, but it's definitely different.
Mas isso não parece normal?
I do actually like this change. If it was counter throws, right, then I would not have liked it. But in this current situation, I do like it, because as far as I know, right, beat parry, beats.
O jogo devia ser mais clean e os efeitos mais raros, não sei, que assim não sobressaem, não sobressaem muito, e depois também nós pessoalmente temos muito estímulo visual e é mais difícil de concentrarmos,
Counters,
focar-nos.
power crush, punches, rage arts.
No fim do dia estão fighting game.
And that is
Não sei, se calhar o ter o Batatune Mode e o Pro Mode, se calhar é fixe ter os dois modos. E o Pro Mode é mesmo tipo dedicado a... Tipo, imagina, se puseres em Tournament Mode, acrescenta-te, olha, porque é que achas isto? Em Tournament Mode, para além de não poderes carregar no Start, para parar o jogo, também por default os efeitos ficam em low.
instance, we get to see the generic throws again, right? All these throws that have been in the game, even some with reworked animations like Law's one throw in this game, Tekken 8. There's a new camera animation, which is the animation and direction I like seeing from Tekken 3. That's all redone.
Depois tens o Batatune Mode, porque há muita gente que vai querer ver o jogo todo espetacular e cenas que não está a jogar para se concentrar.
You can actually do it in a situation where it's guaranteed to happen, right? And at the highest level of the game, everyone breaks all these throws anyway, so you don't ever get to see them. All people ever use it for is like the throw escape to swap sides, you know? So
Yeah.
I feel like this is actually a decent change.
De facto é o melhor uso para throws, é para mudar de lado.
And we get to
Lembro da pessoa a instalar mods que mandam flashbangs cada vez que ele conecta. Credo? Wait, what? No Tekken 7?
see throws again, so I'm actually not opposed to this right now. You know, and separately, you know, I know a lot of people have been asking me about Law.
Eles estavam a tentar induzir epilepsia nas pessoas?
Let's talk about Law really quick. One of the biggest complaints that people have had about Law is that the DSS is easier now, right? There's an easy input for DSS. This is true. You can hold forward to go into DSS now. Yes, it makes certain things easier, but for me, holding forward doesn't always seem to like click in my head. Like timing wise, like you kind of have to just wait there, right? Like you're doing input, then you're holding forward, you're just waiting for the moment, and then you learn when to press the button, right? You can't mash it in a lot of situations. For example, if you're doing like 4-3, right?
Tu podes entrar, podes fazer Legend Kick Hit Engager, isso seria épico.
If you do 4-3 and you're mashing the 4,
A 4-3 é que é o
forward,
Hit Engager.
you get 4-3-4.
Olá, Vitag, estás bom?
Right? So you actually have to wait.
Estou aqui a tentar chilar.
So
Já acabei a
I
app.
don't mind
Pessoal, já acabei a app. Tentar chilar. Estou a ver aqui o RIP.
at all.
Para o Fortress já não é menos assim. Eu ouvi dizer que é para aí menos 14 ou uma merda assim.
The old input is still
Yikes.
there, and it's how I still do my execution, and the timing is much better for me that way. So I think all it's actually done is open the door for more players to be able to try out this character and learn how to do it. And I think they're still going to make a lot of mistakes with the DSS because holding forward is really difficult to time. At least it is for me. Like I think if you learn from scratch,
Até já.
it'll be
Eu também
easier.
vou ali só pôr a
The
cada
real
lá.
complaint I have about
Vou pôr a
Law
cada lá
is
jantar.
about the slide input. They have changed.
O Tekken 8 que as pessoas receberam. O Toga jogou e não gostou nada. Viste zero? Eu vi-os a jogar. O Toga estava triste. Mas acho que ele estava à espera de. Estava à espera de uma coisa mais acabada. O jogo neste momento é um super batatune. Chip damage mata uma pessoa. Havias de ver o o for do mais 2 do Cláudio, que é tipo não, for, desculpa, Running o mais 2, que acho que é uma versão do Running 2. Lembras-te do Running 2? Pá, lembras-te disso? Pronto, ele tem uma versão quando está em hit que aquilo dá-te mega chip damage. O chip damage está broken. Sim. Está completamente broken na versão CNT que se jogou nestes passados 2 fins de semana. Está completamente broken. Some pretty funny stuff. Pessoal, vou ter que ir ali e volto já. Dar de comer ao cão e mandar um cagalhão. Hihi. É suposto estar dentro de um sistema em que tu recuperas vida também. Tu tens um set de vida que podes voltar a ter se deres. Se atacares o bloco do adversário. É suposto ser um sistema, não é só o chip damage sozinho, é suposto ele estar ali dentro de um sistema de health. Volto já. Vou pôr isto para não parecer estranho. Espera aí, break. Ok, volto já. Yo, estou de volta, estou de volta. Ei, tudo bem? Está tudo bem convosco? Vamos continuar a ver o RIP falar.
Changed up and made the slide input so easy now. It's like I'm finding ways that shouldn't be possible, right? Like you can be standing up, hold down forward for a brief moment, stand back up, then hit down forward, and still get the slide input. So Law can literally stand back up in the middle of his slide input and get the slide still. It's really strange. Like, obviously, it's very good for a Law player to have that because it's buff. So I'm complaining about something that's buff for Law here. But it's also so simplified that that's even possible, you know? The other one is, like, you can just hold down forward, right? Down forward towards. So you're holding towards the opponent. You can hold it there for, like, 20 seconds. And then from there, all you have to do is go back to down and down forward 3. That's it, right? So you can just be holding the down forward the whole time, ba-ba, and that's a slide, right? I don't like that change. I think it's super good. It makes slide a lot easier, but that's the kind of simplification that actually turns me off a little bit, You know, like the DSS one didn't really bother me so much, as I've just described and why I described it the way I did too, right? But the slide input is definitely you know, the running 3
Do you agree?
like that one I'm 50-50 on, because there have been so many times where I've messed up the running input, and like, yeah, a lot of us have put a lot of time into practicing and trying to get the execution perfect to do instant running attacks, but I like this leniency that I have now because I'm a scrub now, right? So I can see why they made the running change, because that applies to like 90% of the characters.
Tu agora podes estar. Sabes que é uma. Ele está a falar do running state. Sabes que é uma grande mudança? Agora podes estar na cara do adversário a correr. É essa a grande mudança.
The slide change, though, that only applies to like 3 or 4 characters, right? So you're taking.
É super weird para mim, não é? Que sou boomer do Tekken. Super weird para mim ver um gajo a correr na cara do outro. Tipo, se não acontece, nunca aconteceu. Que cena.
Something away from character specialists here rather than making the game more accessible. Does that make sense? Like for this character Law now, you have easy DSS, you have easy running 3, and you have easy slide. Like that's a lot of simplification you've done. And I think the only one that you could take away, that you probably should consider taking away, is the slide one. That's my thoughts on Law overall. I think the character is good. I think he's fun. I love how goofy he is now with the I'm a Dragon.
I'm a dragon.
People, I think he's got a lot of personality, and I think that shines across the majority of Tekken 8 so far, right? A lot of the characters seem to have more personality. There's a lot more special interactions between the characters, whether it be in the intros or doing the rage arts or whatever. So there's a lot of cool stuff in that front, on that front as well, right? So I think they're kind of nailing that part of the game really well. The actual gameplay, when you come to like chip damage, though, I think this is the part where I'm like most confused about Tekken 8, because at first, you know, if I'm just using Law with Heat and I do like 4-3, DSS 4-2-2, right? And I'm using that kind of chip strings, like it does very minimal chip, right? And that to me is fine. I don't really care about that chip damage. It's almost like it's not important, right? But then you do something like Law's Legend Kick or Kick.
Yeah, se for Como é que o pessoal chamava este tipo de moves? Os moves do cagalhão, não é? Ai, nós tínhamos um nome para eles. Power move. Se for um power move, os power moves ficaram broken por causa desta merda. Porque tem um chip damage tremendo.
Side step 3+4, Claudio running 2, you know, all these like really big chip attacks.
Boom!
Those are the ones that I'm really grossed out by.
Que exagero.
I don't like seeing that, because I was using King, right? And obviously I'm not a King player. People aren't used to blocking or ducking King's side step 3+4, which is his deadly boomerang kick. And I do like 3 or 4 of them, and I'm looking at their health. I'm like, dude, you just lost like 25%, you know? And I'm like, usually that's a move you're like, oh, I got to block so I don't get hit by this because this is a big damage move. But now instead you're like losing chunks of your health for it. And like, I understand it's recoverable, but still, you know, like still it doesn't seem right. It feels like it doesn't fit in Tekken, because that chip damage is significant, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's
insignificant, like I'll describe it the Law Shaolin spin kick string, then I don't really care about it. But then it brings me to this point of like, either chip is too much or it's too little, and what's the point? You know, like, is it really adding anything to the game that's like interesting? You know, like the dynamic at the end of a life bar where like somebody has recoverable health and now they have to attack to get that health back. I think that's the mentality of why they wanted the recoverable health and trying to force aggression, etc. But I don't like it. I guess I just don't like it. You know, I don't see the real benefit of that. Also, a downside of this is that when you have the recoverable health and people are attacking each other and they're getting their health back, whatever, it means that you get less slow-mos, because people just have too much health for the last hit to kill anymore. So now they just die from like, you know, a launcher again, or some kind of like big punish. So there's no more slow-mo.
Estragaram a própria best feature de Tekken 7.
Like slow-mos are way less now in Tekken 8 than Tekken 7 because of the recoverable health and the chip damage system. So I don't know, you kind of took the system that was so dope in Tekken 7 that created all these really cool moments, and now you've sacrificed that. Of course it still exists, but you've sacrificed it for the system that's not really benefiting anything, you know? So I don't know, I'm really torn on the chip system. Like,
that's crazy. Damn, damn, damn.
I think it was a cool idea to
Take a note um step down. Estas pré-alpha builds que eles lançaram
try it.
estão a
But
ser.
I feel like,
É a opinião sobre isso.
for me, just me speaking for myself here,
Para mim é tipo, isto é excellent info para darem tudo ao jogo. No Tekken 7 para trás, as pessoas que teriam jogado esta versão, ou uma versão similar, era só um coreano numa arcade. Não é tipo, Korean only.
I don't see the benefits for it right now. Like, I think from the first moment I touched this game, I was confused about it. I wasn't sure about like how it's all going to play out. I needed more time to see it all. And now that it's been
Nope. Não
like
se
a
sabe.
while and I've played this game multiple times and I've
Estás a
played
ver?
a lot,
Nem sequer se sabe, o jogo nem sequer tem data.
I still don't really get it. I still don't really feel like it's important to Tekken, you know? Like maybe for other games or something, but I don't feel like it's important for Tekken. The heat system. The heat system is interesting. I feel like I didn't explore it enough with all the other characters. I played about, I think, 13 of the 16 characters here. And I played a significant amount with most of those characters. I think only like Ling I played a little bit of, but everyone else a lot. And I think that the heat system for Law is super cool, right? Like he has stuff that he can do only in heat.
Vês a opinião do
makes
Rip,
him kind of different in heat.
ou melhor, a opinião do Ares, eu sei que é fixe.
But then other characters,
Stoners
when
são
they're in
sempre
heat, I don't really
melhores.
feel the same way. Like that might just be my inexperience with all of those characters. But I kind of wish it was more for everybody. You know, where like in heat, you have these other things that are like
Deve ser por causa do chip system.
super duper good, or not even necessarily super duper good, but just super different. You know, that it changes.
Imagina, dá um 3-4, dá um 3-4, pá 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 pá, e tu, olha-me, estou morto com o chip damage.
But I feel
Oh,
like
fuck
some
me.
of the characters, they feel, I don't want to say undertuned in that sense, but it feels like them when they're in heat is not as impactful.
Lembras-te quando o pessoal mais pro dizia tipo, eu não sei para que é que vocês tipo, estão a panicar, é só bloquear e vai correr tudo bem. Uau, como essa frase não envelheceu bem. Am I right, guys? Bloqueia três moves e estás morto.
In terms of how they have to play the game or how they want to change playing the game, etc.
O Orango nunca foi design para ser top tier. Pois?
So that's something to consider too. I think, you know, the other thing that people talk about, you know, if you play
É, as pessoas estás ali uns stepzinhos e matas o gajo.
Heat dash, and then you're dealing with like the straight up 50-50 of, you know, Demo Man or Death Fist. I don't think people like that, right? And again, if you obviously the sidestep is better in this game, but I haven't done enough testing to know how easy it is to get out of those situations, you know?
Bem-vindo.
So I really don't know. The other thing I gotta complain about this game is the safer strings or strings that jail. Like I don't know what that's about. It's an interesting change for Law, because I have to play dumber with him is how I've described it. Like I
I
gotta
have to
do
play dumber.
double flips more. I gotta do
O movimento é pior, especialmente o backdash. Acho que houve um overall backdash são piores, mas, mas o pior. Como é que eu ia dizer? Está mais diferente entre characters. Ao que parece o King e o Kazuya nem sequer mexem. Acho que estás um backdash com eles e parece que vais para a frente. Alguém estava a tentar machar backdash e estava a andar para a frente. Apareceu um clipe disso. The meme is real, guys.
full crouch, low.
We made it real.
I gotta do down forward, forward 3 flip because all those are safer now. So
Horas a praticar Korean backdash para nada, I guess.
if I do more of those,
Para que mas vais andar para trás para quê? Como é que vais recuperar o teu chip damage se andar para trás? Oh, tá burro.
then you won't punish my single flip. You know, like it's like a scrubbier way to play the character, but it makes all of those moves come out more now, right? So I understand the reasoning for that one. But then you have characters like Ling, where it's like her forward 2-1 jails. Like I don't know if she has to hold back or not for it, right? But regardless, like why is that a change? Like why did you make high strings jail? Right? Or Horang has down 3-3 that jails now, or down for 4. I mean.
Yeah, o down for 4 do Orang agora dá gelo, é muito melhor. Agora é usável, não é? Confundo-me. Why?
jails, right? And
Esse move é melhor que seja mau. Eu não preciso que esse move seja melhor. Acho que ninguém precisa. Não é que vai ligeiramente para a frente antes de ir para trás. The meme is real! Dá gel, tens que bloquear o raio, caralho.
that one's super weird. Like, that has been historically low kick, high kick, and it's a countered launcher, right? And I think it still does a launch on countered, but now you cannot duck the second and launch him for it. It's just really, really weird. And I don't know why they want to see that move used more, I guess, you know? It's very strange. Just like you're rewarding the offense, but there's nothing you can do defensively against it. Like, you've been punished for having good defense is what this game has done.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have good defense this
Mas
game?
eles já tinham avisado disso, não é? Eles já tinham avisado que ias ser punido por ser bom a defender.
Sucks for you. Now you're worse, you know? Like,
It's shit.
what? Like, why
Mas é ainda pior do que eles tinham avisado por causa das strings que dão gel.
are you punishing people for like learning and being good at things defensively? Also, one more thing about Law,
O sidestep maior deve ser para compensar as tais strings mais fortes e chip damage e cenas.
while standing 3+4,
Mas eu não sei se isso funciona. Eu não sei se esse ecossistema está bom, mas pronto.
is his rainbow flip, but it only goes forward now, right? Like, you guys see me in Tekken 7, I do it going away, right? And
Eu não diria nunca, eu diria que está reservado a outro tipo de jogos. Tipo Guilty Gaitas, que aquilo é para pessoas que, pronto, digamos que gostam de anime.
the only way it's ever been useful. So now it's a 14 frame punish from full crouch apparently. So like it's got one use.
Os Runic Moves. Isso é a parte mais estúpida de tudo, não é? Que exagero.
But man, is that
Espera,
shit
acho que ele mostrou
Give me
aqui.
the backwards one, dude.
Espera aí, estamos nos 15 minutos e 10, espera aí. Deixa eu se... Está aqui.
I think
Olha para isto.
those are the
Boom.
ones that I'm really
Boom.
grossed out by.
Boom.
Like, I don't like seeing
Boom.
that because
Boom! Queres ver outra vez, Vitag? Vamos ver mais uma vez?
does very minimal chip, right? And that to me is fine. I don't really care about that chip damage.
Safe mid launch. Claro, é Ezuka.
It's almost like it's not important, right?
Aquilo dando down 2 do drag,
Something
yeah.
like Law's Legend Kick, really big chip attacks.
Boom!
I think those
Again.
are the ones that I'm really
Do it
grossed out
again.
by, right? Like I don't like seeing that because I was using King, right?
By the way, ela está com metade da vida de costas para a parede. Just saying.
Like that seems really buff. Like obviously it's launch punishable, and you can deal with it. But yeah, backdash nerf is interesting. Like I understand it and why they did it. For me, I feel like,
Aumentaram?
especially if I'm going against Lars,
Olha, nem
there's so
sabia.
many instances where I can't get out of there. I feel like Lars is constantly in my face, and I can't get away from him, you know? The problem with Tekken 7's backdash was that you just had a couple characters that were too far, right? Everyone else, for the most part, is pretty good.
Os combos estão todos a tirar
And I think they
80.
like that. You know, they just didn't like it when you had Zafina, Kunimitsu, Elisa, who was just backdashing like freaking crazy, you know? Like, that's the part where backdash got like this.
É assim, o pessoal tem que... Peraí, o pessoal tem que... O pessoal... Como é que se diz? O pessoal tem que afinar bem o discurso do que está a dizer, porque o pessoal tem que garantir que o Arada recebe a mensagem que o problema não é a Zafina e a Kunimitsu terem bom movimento, é todos os outros terem mau movimento, não é? Isso é que o Arada tem que perceber, tipo, toda a gente tem que ter o movimento delas. Não no set que ele está orientado a mau movimento, mas ias foder o jogo todo se toda a gente de repente tivesse bom movimento. Mas a mensagem aqui é esta. Não são elas que estão mal, o resto dos characters é que está.
disgusting, right? So now they're in a situation, right, where let's say those 3 characters come back, right? Let's say all 3 of them come back, and they're in this system, except they still have Tekken 7 backdashes and everyone else doesn't. Then you're in the same problem, right? So it's like, did you really fix anything? I don't know.
Tinha tudo. O que é que ela tinha?
I don't know. It doesn't feel good though to be in a situation where you are being pressured and you don't really have answers, right? Like if they're trying to force it, like use your power crush then, right? Well, the characters in the games don't have equal power crushes. You know, it's not a universal system like a focus attack or something. It's something that you actually have to have good for your character to get out of that situation. Even sidestep, it's not a universal system, right? Different characters have different size sidesteps, so that's not universal either to escape. And even though backdash was also not
Pois, no CNT não havia nenhum stage infinito.
universal,
Só tinha stages
different
grandes,
characters
no
have
máximo.
different
Stances, pokes, mix-ups, space control tools, range nos launchers, crush, mais stances, movimento. Só lhe faltava dano.
size backdashes and had different acceleration at the start and their backdashes. It was still another option to get you out of there. That is now like more limited than before, right? So personally, I prefer it to go back, more like Tekken 7, right? And this is the big problem, right? The big problem is, as much as everyone a year and a half ago, let's not forget, everyone was like, "Oh, I'm so tired of Tekken 7. Give me Tekken 8," right? When you get a new game, it's a new game, you know, and it might not be what you want anymore. That's what happens when new games get made. And what you got to remember.
No sentido, não é um stage infinito, mas o stage grande é grande demais para resolver este problema. Dito isto, cortas os stages para algures entre metade e 2/3 do tamanho que está, voltas a meter o backdash do Tekken 7 e pronto, fica bom. Não há launchers, mas os moves normais tiram metade da vida. Estás errado, tens launchers na mesma. Eu gostava que o jogo fosse mais centrado em mini-combos, mas depois também aí se calhar estás a jogar Street Fighter. Não sei. Mas eu gosto do conceito de mini-combos, mais do que launchers.
Remember, Tekken 7 was good. Despite everyone saying they were tired of whatever, it was a damn good game. And I still love watching it, and it's going to be sick at EVO this weekend. So I'm still excited that we have Tekken 7 around, right? But everyone wants games to be like the last game, right? That always happens. So it's not surprising that people want.
Claro que gostas do jogo, Camarão. Claro que. Mas alguém tem dúvidas? É o 13 frame launcher do. O all standing launcher do Kazuya, por exemplo, agora dá Insta Screw. Por exemplo.
Want things to go back or want things to go back the way they were. Because Tekken 7 was the good one. But then.
O 3+4 do Loft Face. Magic Force foram todos, exceto Lloyd e Nina, que querem arriscar-se o segundo hit. Há uma coisa. O vídeo que o Jefes lhe meteu. Espera aí, vou procurar o vídeo que o Jefes lhe meteu. Foi relativamente interessante. Isto é aquele tipo de coisas que vai mudar, não é? Onde é que o Jefes lhe meteu isto? Já não me lembro. Foi no VC Chat? Todos os Magic Force. Está aqui os Magic Force follow-ups. Os Magic Force follow-ups que alguém encontrou. Queres ver, Vitor? Isso também era cancro, vamos ser sinceros. I don't know, era o Get Out of Jail Free. Não, Get Out of Jail Card contra Pressure, I guess. Tipo, toma aqui um pouco. Agora toma aqui. Levei com o Magic Form, morri. Não sei. É assim, por exemplo, eu gosto destes mini combos. Eu sou super fã deste tipo de coisas. Por exemplo, com o Enashi. Quem é que se lembra do Enashi? Se acertasses com... Isto é super específico, mas se acertasses com um forward 4 em alguém ducked, tinhas um down forward, um 2 garantido. Eu gosto desse tipo de merdinhas. Eu sei que isso é super específico, mas isto aqui também é fixe. Respondiste com down forward. Yeah. Mas, por exemplo, eu não me importo que isso... Por exemplo, há characters que são orientados a isso. Se fosse no Lee, eu não me importo que ficasse igual. Counter hit launchers, saves e rápidos são um exemplo de defesa de merda. Isso é fixe de desaparecer. Minicoms é muito Soul Calibur. Pois, eu tenho medo que isso depois seja outro jogo, mas eu gosto do pacing assim. Não sei. Mas sou eu que não estou por fora. Eu não estou dentro disto. Eu nem sequer pedi o invite para jogar o CNT. Que exagero. Isto é um exagero. Aqui os exemplos em que o pessoal faz combos, essa cena eu não gosto, não é? Mas pronto, olha. Isto é fucking anime. Anime is trash. Jogos na mesma, mas não há maneira de os estender. Ah, sim, não tem. Foi o último jogo sem extender. Opa, eu pessoalmente gosto de extenders em geral. Eu estava com o feel que eles iam querer meter 2 extenders neste jogo e meteram mesmo. Mas eu acho que não funciona. It's too much. Vitar, este jogo tem 2 extenders. Olha para isto. Eu gosto disto. Eu gosto disto. Tá. E depois, tá. Imagina, só teres isto. That's great. Isto já é anime. Which, again, is trash. Why? Ponto número 1, combos neste jogo não são particularmente impressionantes. Mas já viste combos deste jogo? Frame leaks são... Mano, tu é que és. Man, Tekken 6 was a mistake, man. Fucking Lars. E a Lisa. Why? They ruined it. They ruined it for the rest of us. Diz a Fini e Léo. Mas a Fini e Léo são fixe. O Bob era só parvo. Mas come-se. Léo é cool. Parece que está a fazer martial arts. Só que nenhum deles compensa o cocó que foi a acrescentarem o Lars e a Alissa. Não há nada que compense isso. Imagina estragares uma franchise inteira só com aquela porcaria. Também não são propriamente saudáveis para o tipo de jogo que é, dado que a parede é extremamente forte. Estamos a falar de quê? Desculpa. Combos no Tekken. Tu também viveste... Minicombos são fixe. Eu adoro, eu acho que são mesmo giros. Eu acho que estás a pensar... Estás a pensar muito como era o Tekken 7. Claro que vai tender sempre a ser pior, não é? Mas sim, concordo contigo. A maneira como a parede é forte e a maneira como todos os combos dão têm super wall carry. No set sempre tiveram um wall carry. Eu não me lembro de um combo que não chegasse à parede, não é? A menos que por acaso sejas de costas para a parede. Somente o filho da puta do Lars, não é? Onde quer que ele esteja, vai sempre dar à parede. Isso é um problema. E o Deva G também era um grande problema. Era tipo a qualquer momento, olha só este unseeable low, agora estás na parede. Davadi era um grande problema. Insultas o Lars Sagan e reportas este streamer. Tipo, eu ouvi o character. Full combo. No, please no. Olha para isto. Se for só isto, é fixe. Deixa de ser neca. Não gosto deste minicombo, é feio. Este é ok. E volta ao neutro. Eu acho que o Toga não tem medo de nada. O Toga é um homem sem medo, pá. Fazer like a este vídeo que o Sfezl partilhou.
I feel like you end up at a point where you end up being like,
Espero que o Arada esteja a ouvir bem isto. Eu não sei se a opinião deste gajo é melhor, mas que se foda. Estamos a ouvir.
well, is this Tekken 8 or is this Tekken 7.2? You know, and I don't know. It's I think the combo system's super cool. I think the heat system's cool.
Ganhou-te 10 paus.
I think you can put the backdash back to Tekken 7 and it's
É uma
still Tekken
opinião.
8, you know. So I hope that they do.
É que a maneira como ele joga e como ele pensa no jogo, eu não sei se me identifico muito, é mais isso. O que não faz com que as opiniões dele se deixem de ser válidas. Mas também há coisas mais óbvias que outras, tipo chip, acho que toda a gente concorda que aquilo é um exagero, mas também acho que é uma questão de balancing, I guess. Não sei.
Kind of go back a little bit on.
Só que, como ele próprio disse, ele disse uma coisa que foi acertada, acho eu que foi. Imagina que tu dás tune down aos power moves a tirarem metade da vida de cada vez que bloqueias. I don't know, não fica um bocado o mesmo jogo? Porque é tipo, tens um bocadinho de chip damage, mas também recuperas com um pouco. Não vai dar o mesmo? Não sei. Se calhar é por isso que eles querem que estes power moves tenham tanto impacto.
Towards Tekken
Para te
7.
forçar a fazer um fucking panic move, ou, não é? Tipo um up for 3 dólares ou caralho. Tira-me daqui! Launcher!
For the backdashes, basically.
Se isto é um Lars main, ouviste, camarão?
They definitely improved the netcode in Tekken 8. They definitely did. Yeah, netcode's something we could talk about here too. I have a clip. I'll try and find it. And if I edit this for YouTube, we'll throw
Não sugere que eles tomaram uma má decisão no que toca no que se trata de mecânicas novas? Epá, não sei. Capaz. Precisava de muito testing, não é? Tens a inveja? Pois tem. Não ligues. Não ligues, de facto. Victor tem razão. Tendo em conta que a série Tekken é muito legacy, ser um jogo parecido é algo tão negativo assim. Eles estão a tentar ver como é que fazem para aumentar as vendas, não é? Eu acho que eles não querem vender o mesmo que o anterior. Eu acho que eles querem vender mais.
clip in here. But I played someone
Não sei.
who had 400 ping. I've never played anyone in any game that has 400 ping.
Jesus!
Right? I had it
400 de ping!
set to prioritize response.
Olá, Oliveira, estás
right?
bom?
And in that setting, you get like as low as delay they want to give you and way more rollback frames. And it was freaking
Delay frames
teleporting like
51.
crazy, right? Like for sure, of course it is, right? It's 400 ping. But the crazy thing was, if I remember correctly, I think I did the 4 up 3.
Ele vai dizer, it felt like offline. É isso que ele vai dizer, não é? Uma coisa que me fez confusão neste jogo era ser muito semelhante. Houve uma coisa que o Ares disse que me pareceu pertinente, que foi: opa, eu não consigo ter uma opinião, porque claramente este jogo isto está super inacabado. Mais de metade do que eu joguei é Tekken 7. Não é? Tipo, o jogo é o Tekken 7 com umas cenas novas a ver, a ver o que é que vai dar. Por isso, como é que se dá uma opinião sobre uma coisa que está tão no início? Não é? Normalmente com 400 ping se apresenta um low.
A nunchuck, right? So I could see and do my dash 4-3 nunchuck just like it was normally, right? And then I could also do, and I did.
Mas claramente eu usar o Tekken 7 como... Eles estão a usar o Tekken 7 como base, não é? Estilos Street Fighter parecem abordagem paralelas. A base muda um bom bocado entre cada interação. Mas nunca deixas de ter aquela base do pedra, papel, tesouro que o Valkyrios ainda não sabe. Tipo, Red Up Shuriken. Continuas a ter essa base, não é?
DSS counter hit confirmed 3+4/4. So that was shocking. Like, that was absolutely shocking when that happened, right? So that match was crazy. I feel like when I play on the standard setting,
Eles têm que fazer com que o jogo pareça novo, não é? Street Fighter tem sempre uma mecânica que baseia o jogo em redor. I guess,
it
sim.
feels like Tekken 7.
Sim, tens razão,
it looks
sim.
like Tekken 7. Like, there's very minimal teleporting happening, but it's still better than Tekken 7 ever was, right?
Really?
But only a minor amount. Whereas when I play with prioritized response, like, it definitely gets crazy looking, especially when
Ele está a ser Hillary Clinton neste momento, não está? Better than Tekken 7 ever was? Fundamentos são os mesmos, mas depois o jogo fica à volta daquela uma mecânica. That's okay. That's a Nintendo way of seeing things.
people are moving too fast, right? Which has always been the issue with Tekken. And all of Tekken, going back to Tekken Tag 2, right? When you go against
Pois se calhar o
someone like
Tekken devia
Brawl,
fazer mais isso. Em vez de ser, bora fazer o Tekken e depois do Tekken temos aqui esta mecânica que não sei se funciona bem, mas que se foda.
Bro, who's just wave dashing hella fast.
V-Trigger, Ultra. No Street Fighter 4 foi o Power. Como é que se chama aquilo? Esqueci-me. Foi o FDAC, não foi? Focus Attack. Street Fighter 3 barra e parry. FDAC. Os Pokémons morrer. Man, esse vídeo que tu me mandaste dos Pokémons foi de cagar a rir. Bem cool. ACDC. Esse vídeo, foda-se. Por acaso, esse drive impacts e merdas, o que é que tu achas disso, Vitor?
Fast, the damn screen and the damn internet.
Eu nunca joguei,
lags
mas
out, his
tenho interesse em
character
saber o
doesn't
que é que as
look
pessoas
right, it
acham.
was crazy. The netcode, I feel like too, between these two settings, there's standard and there's prioritized response, right? Basically, the way I feel when I'm playing the game, when there is someone very close to me,
Estranho.
I want it to be the standard setting. If there's someone very far from me, I want it to be the prioritized response setting, you know? So I wish the game would automatically do that somehow. You know, I wish there was a setting that let me automatically do that, because that would be the best of all worlds, right? Because when you have someone very close to you, you don't want them teleporting around. You just want it to be freaking perfect, right? So it's okay to have like 1 frame of delay or whatever. But if someone is
Drive Rush Raw é muito forte. Olhar com olhos de jogador de Tekken. Skipar o neutro. Mas tu tens moves para skipar o neutro. Já tinhas, não é? Tipo os Tatsumakis. Que era uma tentativa de counter. Eu não sei, explica melhor que eu não jogo. Ou ao contrário desses Tatsumaki-like moves, é safe ou assim? Se calhar é safe.
400 ping away, you know, you don't want to have freaking 50
Ou seja, Drive Rush são Tatsus safe?
frames of delay or whatever that's supposed to be, you know? You want it to be
Drive Rush feito de moves. Sim, eu sempre vi Tatsus como puníveis, sim. Aqui a grande diferença seria se fossem plus ou safe, certo? Feito de moves, no entanto, custa metade da tua barra, mas das duas uma, ou continuas um combo ou metes mix-up. Ok, explica-me como é que é diferente de um Tatsu.
be like as many rollback frames as possible. That just sounds like you want better netcode. No, I'm saying that in the same system, right?
Alguma coisa pode parar isso? Projéteis podem parar o Drive Rush?
Like if you're using standard for someone close to you, like 50 ping or less, right? If you're using standard for that, it's great. Like I have no problems with that. But if I'm using that standard setting and I play someone who's in Europe, then I have all of a sudden like, you know, 3 to 5 frames of delay, and that's not good. I don't want to feel that. That feels laggy, right? So when I play that Europe person, I want that one to be prioritized
Ataques param.
response mode. So that's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't automatically change for you, and
Que
since
ataques?
you're randomly being matched up to different people
Normals.
with different distances around the world, Like you can't
Podes usar bait
change
on
the
leaf.
style of netcode on the fly. So it's very
E fazer run-up shuriken.
even though between these two systems that are in the game currently is what I'm saying, right? If there was like, if they're not going to make this dynamic system, which I think would be pretty sick, then I think that a middle ground would be pretty interesting as well, you know, where it's just like in the
Não é bem
middle,
prever,
it would be
é ser paciente.
more delay, less rollback, whatever. You understand? I just don't experience this in Street Fighter 6.
Não, mas tu podes simplesmente descrever o state. É tipo, olha, és invencível, é tipo Power Crush, podes receber damage, mas continuas a correr na mesma. Qual é a interação com projéteis? Estás a ver? Tipo, há tanta coisa objetiva que podes dizer.
Yeah, I get it.
Que tipo de ataques é que para? É um jab, um normal pequeno consegue parar? Sim ou não? Tipo, I don't know.
Street Fighter 6 too, you know, like I get it, but again, I've never played someone with 400 ping in Street Fighter. Like obviously the matchmaking in this beta was trash, right? Like
É só correr, não faz nada então. Dá-te moves especiais. Faz com que corras e tenhas um move especial. Ou
the matchmaking
muitos.
this weekend made me not even turn the game on the second day. Like
Tipo, os teus normals ficam especiais ou assim? Não importa, não importa se ficam.
12 hours in the second day, I was like, I don't even feel like playing right now. Whatever Street Fighter's doing, man, they did it perfectly.
Yeah, dá-te free pressure. Qualquer character fica rushdown, é isso?
Like Tekken 8, netcode.
Isso funciona para bonecos tipo Charge Characters? Tem a fraqueza de ser difícil aproximar. E aí isso compensa. Aí Zangief com Drive Rush só um pesadelo então.
Street Fighter 6 netcode. Street Fighter
Yeah, porque Zangiefs, eu sempre percebi que a ideia é pá, estás ali a sofrer, não é? Até que finalmente tenhas uma opening. Uma. E aí o outro gajo é desfeito em merda, não é?
6 is superior. Like, there's no question about this, you know? And like I was saying earlier, between the standard setting and prioritized response setting, if there
O
was
Wolf tem andado a jogar de Guile. O Guile acho que é muito forte, não
a
é?
middle ground, right? If there was a middle ground that said, like, you know, let's add a little bit more delay at the sacrifice of a little bit of rollbacks, then it would be good too.
Fucking
to have
wow.
that third option. But I really feel like the dynamic system is really where things need to end up.
João Pedro, ouvi dizer que o JP é muito
I think that's
forte,
probably
não é?
what they should do. So graphics in this game, obviously really good, but the setting that they added, right, where it's low, medium, or high for the effect saturation, I put it at the lowest setting, and it still seems that it's a lot of stuff on the screen. So I don't know what that's about. Like, I thought that low would be like almost nothing.
O Guile tem um mini-jogo que é aproximar-te dele. Ah, sim. Essa é a ideia que eu tinha dele, não é?
You know? But instead, low is still like a
Tu te
ton of stuff
aproximas
going
dele,
on.
tem normals muito bons.
So
Oh, não.
that was kind of confusing. I wish that the low setting was actually like significantly lower, and then the medium setting was whatever the low setting is currently. You know what I mean? PC version, by the way, bringing up graphics, definitely needs
A lot of work.
because
Yeah, acho que a versão PC está uma valente merda, não é?
day one of the PC version,
Mas parece que a versão PS5 também não é assim tão melhor, mas o Camarão diz sempre que está tudo bom, não é? Opa, a positividade do Camarão é, eu gosto, aprecio, mas às vezes precisávamos que ele fosse um bocadinho mais preciso nas coisas, nas análises dele, não é? Camarão, Toga, diz isto ao Camarão.
I got to assume it is all shader compiler stuff. I don't know for sure, but it seems
PC
like
do
every
RIP tem uma
single hit and
RTX 3080 74 GB de RAM. What the fuck? Devias falar que uso com o Suto? É com ele que eu tenho treino. O Suto é um... I mean... Vê o nickname dele, não é? Ele é o Sutorito Fighter. Ele é o mestre. Se queres que diga, gosto do jogo como está, mas ainda noto bastante que o jogo tem grandes problemas. O RIP sofreu a correr o jogo no PC dele. Deve estar super mal otimizado, não é? Comunicação é um ponto fraco do camarão. Será comunicação? Eu não sei como é que ele processa os dados para ele. Camarão, diz-te tua justiça. Uma gráfica de 1000€, foda-se. Ah, é streamer, não é? Tem que ter o melhor PC. Não tem que ter, mas não, é o trabalho dele. Não?
Stage and every attack and heat smash and everything caused the game to massively lag.
Performance issues, principalmente, até na PS5 o jogo teve um pequeno stutter no char select.
Right, and then after you did them all,
Omega.
right? After you
Omega
done all those
lul.
moves and all loaded all those stages and everything, over time it all went away, which leads most of us to think that that was probably shaded.
Como é que tu processas? Essa é a minha questão que eu tenho para ti. Como é que tu processas a informação do mundo? É isso que eu gostava de saber. Porque eu não sei se o problema é a comunicação em si.
Beforehand, right? But yeah, that's about it for graphics.
Porque às vezes eu acho que tu simplesmente não tens nada para comunicar. Quer dizer, não é tipo.
Pretty. It's a nice step up from 7.
Hashtag
It's hard to go
mandar.
back to 7 graphically after you play this game enough. Oh, sound effects, man! Let's get rid of these damn sound effects, dude. Like, I'm still
Também não gosto. Estás a bater em contraplacado neste jogo. Quando bates em alguém.
getting used to listening to it all, right? Like this week, it didn't seem as annoying to me, but it's still like there, right? The ka-ching, 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 the ka-ching sound effect. Every time when you're in heat and you're doing heat specific attacks, like the ka-ching, ching, ching.
Tento ser o mais positiva possível. Por vezes tento também ver o melhor das cenas, porque elas podiam ser pior. Comunicação do camarão é como a música dos Dream Theater. Stream of Consciousness. Estás a dizer que o camarão não filtra o que está na cabeça dele e simplesmente vai tudo? Deita cá para fora.
Like
É
that
isso?
noise always going off, right? And when you have a character like Leroy,
É que às vezes eu sinto que pode acontecer esta situação, que é tipo, olha, viste algum stuttering no jogo? E eu sinto que é de género. Ele até pode ter visto, mas não processou. E então ele vai te dizer, não. Mas não é que eu seja a mentir. Simplesmente não processou a informação que viu e depois não tem nada para te dizer. É mais isso. Eu não quero que seja um mandar abaixo ao camarão. Camarão, eu gosto muito de ti, ok?
where his heat thing is that his 1+2 rapid fire punches, they do more chip damage during heat. So for him, it's like, you know, it's like super high pitched and annoying. Yeah, not cool. Make that something else. Make that something else. Like, I don't mind that there's a sound effect for it. I think that there should be a sound effect for it because I remember in the older version I played that there was no sound effect, so you couldn't tell like when you were using heat things or not. So it should be something, but currently it's too distracting. I don't know. It takes away too much. And just in general, the sound effects in this game are just all overdone, right? There's a lot of like, boom, boom, like super explosions for like super small hits. It feels like a lot of the time. Because of that, when you hit something like a Death Fist, you don't even feel like you hit it.
Estamos mesmo a jogar o Batatune. Primeiro diverte-se e depois é que olhas para os detalhes. Fair enough. Queres um som de chamas? O som de hit? Ah, ok. Ok, fair enough.
Anymore because everything is like that now. And yeah, of course, the timer when there's 10 seconds left. It seems like the timer. It's also kind of an annoying sound, and also for.
Eu acho que coisas de timer, eu acho que o pessoal devia fazer como aos clássicos. Eu acho que devia ser como o Super Mario. Eu acho que devias ter um e depois a música acelerada. Eu acho que é isso que devia ser. Eu acho que não devíamos fugir dos clássicos. Um clássico é um clássico.
Too much time. I would say probably like.
Grava aqui o meus cantadores.
Something. It's okay if it was lower volume. Maybe like start it at a much lower volume and scale the volume up over time. For that 10 seconds, if you're gonna keep it at 10 seconds, you know, like that could be probably a cleaner way of implementing whatever.
Notaste que o jogo não estava a 60 frames.
No, yeah, I think that's fine. Like, I don't mind that there is a beep. I just feel like the beep that they currently have is annoying. That's all it is. I feel like the whatever that tone is plus.
Mas estava stable ou andava a saltar nos 40 e não sei o quê?
the volume of it at 10. Like for me, I would change the tone of it and also have the 10 beep. Like imagine like beep, 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 beep. You know what I mean? Like if it was building.
Mais uma vez, apelo aos clássicos. Pessoal, temos que meter um clássico nos últimos momentos do Tekken. Lembra-se quando o Sonic se estava a afogar? É isso que devia ser. Tuque, 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 tuque,
up as the time was getting lower, then fine, right? But it's like it's more like
para quem inventar?
10.
Para quem inventar coisas novas, não é? Dependia da zona e pronto, tivesse a olhar. Eu lembro do pessoal no Final Fantasy XV dizer: estão a ver, este jogo corre a 60 frames. E então eles olham, o que é que eles estavam a fazer? Olhar para o chão. Yeah, é mesmo isso. Se olhasse para a parede podia estar a 60. Se olhasse para as ervas com vento era coisa.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. It's like the whole damn time. It's so
Esse é do Sonic? É dos Flintstones? Hanna-Barbera em geral.
long. Like they might as well have someone just yelling at you the whole time, you know? Yeah, it's just like it seems like overly intense for what it is. Which is just the sound design in general, you know? Music is fine. The only stage I didn't really dig as much with the music was Sanctum. And it's only that one part
o Nier Automata com Woob Woob.
of the song, which, you know, they may or may not change, but dun 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 dun
Woob
dun dun
Automata.
dun 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 like that's the only part that was like not that cool to me. Yeah, it's like, you know, when everyone's typing in the chat, you can usually tell. It's probably a problem. Don't nerf Kazuya's down for T+4. I'm not even concerned about like all the moves that are good, right? Like stuff like Kazuya's string.
Sentiste falta de RPG Elements? Quais RPG Elements? Elements é que tu gostas? To be or not to be? Nunca para menos de 30.
It's like, I'm sure a lot of that stuff will get tweaked. I don't think we're at a point in the lifespan of the game where we have to worry about that. Like if this was a release version of the game, then we can talk about the balance of individual moves, you know? Kazuya's string is obviously very, very good. They probably could just reduce the damage on it a little bit. That's probably fine. Hopefully chicken is still in the game. And even if it is for one of those characters, not the other, I think if you're going to have a system like that, make that part of the heat system for them. You know, like when you're in heat, you cannot chicken the reversals, right? Like I think that's like more interesting because it adds like this element in the game, like, oh, they're in heat now. Now I cannot. Now I got to watch out for their counters more, you know? Or like if you're Oscar Jr., like, okay, now I'm in.
É assim, eu não sei se percebi bem essa resposta, tendo em conta o que eu perguntei. No entanto, sim, eu percebo a parte em que estava tudo em cima de ti, tipo, aí olha, testa isto na parede, agora faz aquilo, agora faz aquilo outro. Dança, palhaço.
Heat, now I can use my counters more because they can't chicken it, right? Like it changes the way you have to play the character. I think that's the coolest things that I like about the heat system. When
Do
I'm
a
using
trick.
them all. So I hope that that kind of stuff still can filter in. My overall feelings on my experience with Tekken 8 is that the game is fun, feels like Tekken. I don't like.
Tu abres o jogo e parece tudo a mesma coisa. Huh? What does that mean? Desculpem. Leveling system naquele jogo não faz sentido. Adquires moves como se fosse um DMC e os números apenas estão lá a prestar. Porque o scaling só se nota com um par de 10 níveis de diferença. Olha, fizeste-me lembrar os números que tu podes pôr no... como é que ele se chama? No Noctis, no Tekken 7. São só números bué da random. Falar em PS5, eu gosto muito do haptic feedback do DS5. Eu estou a pensar em comprar para substituir este. Tenho que ver quando é que há desconto. Como é que vocês fazem para... como é que vocês fazem para seguir descontos de coisas? Dá para fazer track de coisas? Eu com a Finhac, eu lembro que arranjei o cartão Finhac quando comprei em portátil. Ei, quanto é que isto custa? Eu curtia ter isto, mas acho que é muito caro. 76 euros. 54 euros. Jesus Christ. Será que vai aparecer alguma coisa? Finhaque se calhar não sabe o que é um DS5. R$69. Ei, a última vez que eu usei o quanto custa, estava na faculdade. Pera. Eu aceito tudo. É tudo meu. Deu 58€. DualSense Grey Camouflage. Olha, 200€. Oh não. Eu prefiro branco, eu sou um branco que anda cá. Todos os pretos preferem coisas brancas. Se bem que por este ser a versão diferente, se calhar prefiro a versão diferente. Não tem a ver com a cor, tem a ver com não ser o principal. That's it. Isto está diferente. Ah, mas vai dar ao mesmo. Antigamente também era assim. As cores é que estão diferentes. Porquê que isto diz 66 e depois vais aqui abaixo e tens um 58? O que é que isto tem? Esta é outras. Estas são recomendadas. Nestas eles vão-te ao cu, não é? Se comprares lá. Ah, é mais barato, mas é porque eu sou rabinho, ora chego cá. Para ter crédito melhor no banco. What? Azul, vermelho, roxa, roxo. Rosa, roxo. That's okay. Eu vejo as coisas muito no preto e branco. Só preto e branco. Olha a Gaming Replay, gosto muito, muito, muito desta loja. O camaralho pode ir lá, que ele mora em Gaia. Aí foste docs de Pumba, vai ser apanhado, oh boy. Já foste.
Chip system, I think I'm finally there. I'm finally there. You know, I've played it a lot, and I've like been waiting for like a moment of clarity on it, and I think I'm finally there. I think I don't like the chip system now. Like I was giving it a chance. I was like, let's see where this goes, you know, and I feel like obviously the big obnoxious chip damage things are obviously not going to be that way on release, right? Like no one would want to play the game if it was like that. But then if you tone them down drastically.
Oliveira, sabes que eu não levo essas perguntas a sério, sequer.
Then now you just have this chip system that doesn't do anything.
Nada contra.
Right? So it's like you either want it to be obnoxious or not do anything. So what's the point of having it? You know? It's not doing anything for me that makes it interesting. And again, like I was saying earlier, the biggest thing too for me when I think about that and I think about the other side of it where, you know, at the end of your life bar, you're recovering this health, and because you recovered health, because of the chip system, you end up not getting slow-mos as much, right? Because it's not coming down.
Commentator brain?
Right, where both people could potentially
Esports brain?
because now you've recovered some health. So we get way less slow-mos out of it.
Tem que ir buscar água, pessoal.
It's not impactful unless it's obnoxious, and nobody likes it when it's obnoxious. So
Hype brain.
The system doesn't seem good. I was hoping
Opa, mas foi a feature mais fixe do Tekken 7. Eu acho que foi.
Though. Like I said, I played it
Foi
around the
slow-mo.
world, right? I went to France, I went to Japan, Combo Breaker, and I've been playing this game for a minute, and every time I was always kind of like, I can't wait to see how this plays out. Like, you know, because every time you do that, you only have like 30 minutes an hour max sort of situations. But now that we've had
Foi a única
like,
feature
40,
nova
50
fixe de
hours
Tekken
over the last 2
7.
weekends, it's a lot
Sempre
clearer.
Estás sempre a ver o copo meio cheio. É por isso que nós precisamos do camarão, que é o homem. Não. Estás a ver o copo meio vazio. O camarão vê sempre o copo meio cheio. Precisamos dele.
Thanks for watching. Tekken 8 CNT was
Matrix.
fantastic. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I will catch you guys later. Go hang out with all
Agora
your
falei de
crackhead
ti, pá.
friends. They should just let us play this game forever. Later, everybody. Have a good one.
Caril de camarão? Tu dizes a palavra caril, está-me a dar vontade de ir à casa de banho. Olha aí. Estou de volta. Como é que é? Tudo bem? Missed me? Copo full cheio. Olha, fiquei sem conteúdo. E agora? O que é que eu faço? Vou ter que ir para o tal jogo que eu disse que queria jogar. Thoughts on Tekken 8. Acho que está a haver drama. Que é tipo, oh não, react content é mau. E eu dou tipo. A coisa mais fixe é deixar um vídeo rodar e adormecer na cadeira. Não é? Huge fake bear conspiracy. What? No, I can't click on this. Or will I? Já jogaste Cloudpunk? Não. É uma mistura entre dois nomes que não me parece que vai correr bem. As coisas que consigo ver de positivo no Tekken 7 são comunidade, acho que ficaram maiores. O pelo do Kuma. O pelo do Kuma é tão poderoso que havia PCs que não conseguiam rodá-lo. Tag 2 superior em tudo. Acho que o Tag 2 tem demasiadas ceninhas para explorar. Que tipo. Vai sempre parecer uma coisa boa, não é? Só que depois exageram tanto, tanto, mas tanto. Opá, como a minha mãe dizia, tudo que é demais é erro. É o que eu penso, isso é bastante óbvio. Não é lá muito insightful. Gameplay input delay sim. Não um problema no tag 2. What? Bloat de mecânicas. Yeah, isso está inserido no que eu estava a dizer. Eu englobei isso no que eu estava a dizer. No ter demasiada coisa. Tá dentro disso. Muita mecânica, muito combo para descobrir, demasiadas combinações entre bonecos. O- eu agradeço o polish, é muito giro, mas depois é demais. This is why we can't have nice things. O que é que foi? O pessoal está a ser banido? O que é isto? Balancing com os casos super problemáticos, uma comunidade que quase morreu. O Tag 2 comercialmente correu muito mal. Acho que isso foi. Não é que o jogo fosse mau, mas como não vendeu, como não era apelativo, quase que morreu o Tekken. Eu não sei a história toda dele. Acho que saiu numa altura também muito má, se calhar. O timing deve ter sido horrível. Mas foi um commercial failure, acho eu. Ah, será que existe sales? Só sales. Eu ponho sales e aparece reception. Como é que pesquisaste por isto? A mim não apareceu. Ah, se calhar está a seguir. Está aqui. Vês sales. Foi Tekken que menos vendeu. E esse 4 foram os maiores fracassos. Eu com o 4 concordo que seja um fracasso. Também na altura estava tudo tipo, mano, 3 é, é a melhor cena, mano. E depois aparece o 4 e foi tipo, porquê que haverias de mudar uma coisa que é tão awesome? E eles, I don't know, e então vendem 0 cópias. Depois o 5 foi o 3 outra vez. E a pessoa vai dizer, yo, let's go, best game. É o 3, mas com paredes. Uou! It's all we need. O que é o 6? É o 3, mas com bounds. Onde é que estão as sales? Worldwide, é este que eu quero ver. Pomba, 11.000, 14.000, sempre a subir. Tag, não me dão uma pizza, mas também isto era uma espécie de Tekken 3 Plus, depois saiu com o Tekken 5, foi um bocado weird. Tekken 4, vendeu ainda menos que o Tekken Tag. Tekken 5, let's go! Tekken 3 again! Vendeu bem menos, não é? Que cena. Espera, eles estão a contar com o DR? Eles estão a juntar... Death by Degrees? Porquê que eles haveriam de meter Death by Degrees aqui sequer? Sendo um jogo um fighting game, tu estás a dizer que o jogo é o melhor, mas que tem mau gameplay. O que é que o camarão estava aqui a dizer? Adorei o jogo, no entanto o grande problema dele foi o gameplay e ser um tag game. Estás a falar de quê? Do tag 2? Eu não me parece que o gameplay seja um problema. Tekken 4 é tratado como uma valente bosta precisamente porque o gameplay é merda. Eles experimentaram coisas que não funcionavam. Eles tiraram um sidestep. Man, eles tiraram um sidestep e passou. Se tentasses fazer um sidestep, saía sidewalk. A única maneira de tu baixares era fazendo down back ou down forward. Tiraram o backdash. É pá, só de pensar nessas coisas acho que vou ter um ataque de coração, meu. Estou a morrer. Não me ponham a pensar no Tekken 4, caralho. Detesto-vos. É melhor que o 7 em tudo, menos no gameplay. Eu estou a achar estranho. Calma. Diz-me exatamente, camarão, qual é o problema do gameplay no Tekken Tag 2? Eu não me lembro de haver problemas com que... Qual é exatamente o problema do gameplay do Tag 2? Continuar a ver aqui os sales. Jesus, te vendeu mal, mas também... eu já tinha ideia que o Tekken 6 tinha vendido pouco. Tag 2 vendeu uma cópia. O Wii U vendeu mais do que o triplo ou o caralho que a Xbox. Vocês sabem que eu joguei Tekken 6 na X360 e fiquei a achar que afinal foi tipo gaslight. Foi do género. Afinal Tekken é merda. Pensava que era merda por ter jogado na X360. Mas foi tudo gaslight. O jogo é bom. O jogo é bom. Só que... Yeah. Xbox, meu Deus. Pelo amor de Deus. Street Fighter vs Tekken saiu na Steam. Eu como nunca tive interesse, nem sabia. Olha para isto. Estás a ver? O Tekken 7 vende de caralho. Eles são tipo... Eles devem querer vender tipo... ia dizer o dobro. Não o dobro, mas tipo 1.5 disto. E estão a ver como é que geram hype. Como é que é possível? Eles não vendiam... Espera aí, isto são cópias? Cópias. Pois, porque o revenue está aqui. Ok. Jesus. O Pokémon vende mais. Sabes que fãs de Pokémon. Grandes tolos. Eu acho que não vi nenhum fã de Fighting Games a comprar isto. Foi tudo fãs de Pokémon. Eu não conto para esta estatística porque eu comprei usado. Aqui no 6. Peço desculpa, Arada. E aqui a mesma coisa, também foi usado. Peço desculpa, Arada. Mas aqui foi o oficial. Oficial? I'm sorry. Novo. Estás feliz porque foi Chill and Grill. Grill é rapariga? O jogo quando está em modo 2D até tem bom aspecto. Prefiro os gráficos do Tag 2, prefiro muito mais os modos do jogo que ele tem. Tekken 7 nem sequer tem mods, por isso também estás a comparar com o quê? Ganha by default. Prefiro muito mais a maneira como a história é feita nesse jogo. É tudo um sonho do Gun Rio. É feito ao estilo de todos os outros, dos outros todos, estilo torneio. Prefiro a soundtrack do Tag 2. Tag 2 tem mods? Os mods devem ser jogar com dois bonecos ou jogar com. Eu não sei quais são os mods do Tag 2. Não sei. Eu, em termos de mods, eu sou um gajo Tekken Ball. Tekken Ball é o único modo fixe. Também gostava do Survivor e do Team Battle, mas Tekken Ball é que foi a cena. O modo da Wii U, do Super Mario. Cogumelo. Era tipo Super Smash Brothers, a Tekken com items. Grill de barbecue. Mas com a grill ou sozinho? Voleibol. Não é voleibol, é Tekken Ball. Leva já. Apanhas. Vais apanhar. Põe-te já a jogar Tekken 4. A grill estava no seu 9 to 5. Hoje tiveste... pois é, porque hoje e amanhã tens o teu fim de semana, não é? Estás a ver? Este é um momento em que o camarão... O que é difícil para ele é expressar o que é que ele... Eu acho que ele ainda não chegou à parte que faz com que ele goste mais. Eu acho que ele ainda não encontrou ali a mus. Gens. Camarão, não foi só o overall feel que te preferiste, o Tag 2? A maneira como os bonecos se movem, o design deles, os shaders por cima dos modelos 3D, a soundtrack, a maneira como os moves funcionam, o bounce system, o tag, essas coisas todas, se calhar o feel que te deu foi mais fixe que o Tekken 7? Se calhar o Lars era 1000 vezes mais poderoso? Não sei, eu não sei. Não sei o que é que te fez gostar mais, mas porquê? Porque as coisas que estás a dizer parecem estranhas. Então. Vamos aqui ao Twitter. Death is a disease, diz a ela. Gosto muito da ela. Mas ela é um bocado maluca. Se calhar é por isso que eu gosto dela. Teacher, the test isn't that difficult. The test. Who is this? Tharok? What the fuck are these memes nowadays? Mess the PCs. Isto está-me a dar um bocado de trigger. Jesus, que nojo. Olha, camarão, uma coisa fixe para ir pensando, não tem que ser hoje, mas uma coisa para ir pensando com calma é como é que eu faço para me expressar melhor? Porque eu este ano também, passei por isso, pela cena de, ok, eu preciso de arranjar uma maneira de explicar melhor as coisas que eu sinto. Para que faça sentido também na cabeça dos outros, não é? Não só na minha. Eu não estou a dizer que já consegui, mas pelo menos estou a pensar nisso, estou alerta. Estou alerta para quando estou tipo a dizer coisas que se calhar não fazem sentido para os outros. Se calhar escrever mais. Me when my friends are arguing. I'm Batman. I don't understand. Eu sinto que este senhor, yeah, é tipo isso.
Burger King, I'm gonna try it out. It's pretty good.
This is not funny, guys. Vou devolver um tweet ao camarão. Está devolvido. Ele manda-me um tweet, mando-lhe outro. Epá, enganou-me bem, olha. Enganou-nos bem. Achei muito mais fun Tag 2 que eu... Foi feito para ser fun, sim. Para descobrir coisas e fazer coisas e não sei o quê. Olha que eu não sei se o Camarão já nos conseguiu, alguma vez nos conseguiu explicar coisas da área técnica de trabalho dele. Não sei se. Tá, tu costumas estar mais tempo no VC. Opa, a única maneira que eu consigo imaginar o feel no gameplay ser melhor é ser o backdash a mais longo, não é? E o. E o sidestep. Eu não consigo explicar coisas do trabalho dele de forma perceptível. Já me aconteceu, tipo, camarão, vamos mais deep nesta coisa. Mostra-me então o que é que está a acontecer. Mas olha, é um bom trabalho de casa. É fixe para se melhorar como ser humano, estás a ver? Eu não estou a dizer que és um mau ser humano, és um bom ser humano. Mas acho que é uma coisa. É uma coisa fixe. Que eu, pessoalmente, tento melhorar. Damn, olha este bebê. Isto é o Toga a jogar o CNT. Com esta música. Toga a jogar CNT. Olha. E come mais, só para comer mais. O camarão ainda não sabe fazer QBD. Ele comer mais. Hey, it's pretty good. This is a pretty good one. Acham que partilho? Ah, não é assim que se partilha. Como é que se partilha? Link. Eu acho que ninguém vai ter paciência para ver. Eu não teria paciência. I mean, that's good enough. Isto é o que é? Sims? You've never heard of this life-changing horror game. 90% fail answer? O que é que o pessoal vai responder? Vai ser tudo memes. Eu acho que isto é tudo shitposting. $69? Damn. O que é o Project TJS? Mano, deixa-me abrir o link, mano. Este é o gajo do O6? Já não tínhamos tipo 28 minutos atrás. Eu não tinha seguido o canal do gajo. Seguiu. Não me digas que só seguiu o Twitter dele. E foi por isso que eu vi isto. Ganda Sonic, mano. A última coisa que ele lançou foi o Shadow, não é? Ui, isto é no Dark Souls? Eu não estou a perceber o que é que ele está a tentar mostrar. Mas se calhar é porque não li. Já tem um bocado a ver com isso. Portanto, quando ele acabar, vende isto à cega. Por 500 paus. Isto é uma história? Ele está a dar a história, tipo, e olhem, no 1.1 está fixe agora. Hã? Estão contentes? Começou básico e agora já não é básico. Apresentou no Tokyo Game Show, ok. Dash panel model. Okay. Attempt at recreating the trail of the homing attack. That's some shader stuff. Esta parte da música parece sempre que é o Sonic a cair de monte abaixo. Não gostas de Blur? Preferes gorilas? Por esta não esperavas. Download in the description. Tu agora tens a... Eu lembro que a última coisa que ele apresentou foi uma coisa bem mais felt good Inc. Olha, eu tinha a ideia que a última coisa que ele tinha mostrado foi bem mais hype que isto. Que foi tipo, guys, acabei o Silver, não é? Acabei a cena do Silver e isso foi tipo, oh my god! E quando acabei o Silver, também melhorei o Shadow. Foi tipo isso, não foi? Isso parece-me mega, hiper, super, mega, ultimate hype. Isto foi mais tipo... Quase que parece que o gajo não fez nada. Em relação ao que fez mesmo. Tipo, o homem tem um trabalho gigantesco e mesmo incrível. Mas este vídeo quase que parece que ele veio tipo... tive 5 minutos aqui no Unity e meti um modelo do Sonic e pronto, foi isso que eu fiz. Não foi. Fizeste muito mais. Tens de vender melhor, meu. Muito modesto, muito modesto. Quantos poetas cabem nas palavras de Francisco? A saudação do Papa aos portugueses. Ganda chicote, pá. É isso que ele manda. É isso que ele manda aos putos, não é? Pimping da PSP. Mario 64. Espera, ele está a jogar Crazy Score. MVG. Mario 64. Isto é a crise do core. Crise do núcleo. Olha, eu tenho a sensação, tenho o meu dedo mindinho está-me a dizer que eu acho que é o Modern Vintage Gamer que está a tratar do porte do Tomba. Poderei estar errado, mas acho que é por causa dele.
My favorite handheld consoles ever, the Sony PlayStation Portable or
Esta consola é muito boa, é.
PSP. Originally released in 2004, the PSP was innovative, bringing for the first time handheld performance that significantly narrowed the gap between home consoles and handhelds.
That is true.
Before the PSP, ports
É tua prima.
the handhelds were often restricted to 2D due to the limitations of hardware, and while the Game Boy and GBA certainly had games that punched above their weight, this was the exception rather than the rule. Sony would change all that with the PSP, a very capable handheld that could handle fast 3D thanks to its MIPS R4000 CPU and its media engine that could offload and handle different tasks in hardware. The
Tu não me darias o número da tua prima?
PSP was a game changer and even offered an optical disc drive known as the UMD drive for the very first time and last time ever in a handheld. Looking back, the UMD drive was an interesting design choice, but the choices that were made cannot be disputed, with the PSP selling over
Fiz bullying ao camarão e ele fugiu. Geralmente quando tu dizes isso, dás chamando ao camarão e ele diz: estou aqui, está tudo bem.
80 million systems worldwide as of 2022,
ele está aqui.
and giving birth to the PS Vita, which, like the PSP, was in many ways
PS
before its
Vita.
time. Now, of course, the PSP was a system that had the attention of hackers, and it wouldn't be long before the system was hacked
Olha aí a
by homebrew
predict.
and illegal backups. We've covered the entire history of PSP security and the cat and mouse game between Sony and the scene. And if you want to know more, or you've heard the name Dark Alex before, I made a video around 3 years ago, and I'll leave a link to that in the description below. But the big takeaway here from this is that the PSP was almost the perfect handheld. The PSP was cool and could play many games, some of them built exclusively for the hardware.
Sabes o que é que eu acho? Eu acho que a PSP... Eu estou com o feel que a PSP é aquilo que Steam Deck quer ser.
Many third parties also worked on big games for the PSP, none bigger than Rockstar with Liberty Cities and Vice City stories to name two. Sony had managed to offer nearly the power of the PlayStation 2 in the palm of your hand. The system would also let you watch movies.
Não é um feel. Não é um feel. Eu acho que eles querem, só que hoje em dia é mais difícil. PSP foi uma coisa assim muito of its time. Sobre como um gajo descobriu a origem de uma porrada de Yellow Lights of Death nos modelos da PS3. A origem.
Connect to the internet, play and listen to various media formats, as well as connect to a PS3 and control it via remote play.
That was
But there
pretty
was
cool.
more. The underground homebrew scene. With the PSP being exploited pretty much from day one, the homebrew scene moved fast, and just like the original Xbox homebrew days, the PSP scene was thriving. And the good news
Imagina.
is, even to this day in 2023, the PSP is still
Ganda
such a great handheld
cronoshoop,
for
pá.
homebrew. First of all, picking up a PSP is dirt cheap, especially the old PSP 1000 models. You can play native PSP games, of course, as well as...
Pera, não estás a perceber, camarão? Esse mas não faz sentido, porque emulares tudo é o que fazias na altura da PSP. Back in the day, andava tudo a jogar Game Boy shit e jogos da PlayStation e merdas assim.
as backward compatible PS1 titles, and then bundle in most 8 and 16-bit emulators as well as the Nintendo 64, add some quality ports and original homebrew titles, and you have a very great handheld. Not only this, the battery life of the PSP,
Mas o mais comum era para ir tirar os jogos da
accessing the
PSP.
UMD drive, would last you up to 5 hours or so on a single chip.
Não, mas os tempos eram outros. Tipo, é óbvio. Tipo, não vais comparar coisas com 30 anos de diferença. Não faz sentido nenhum. Come
When
on.
playing games. Compare this to the Steam Deck.
Come on,
or
man.
Ally, and you've got one hell of a handheld.
Also, ninguém vai comprar uma Steam Deck porque a Steam Deck está literalmente em 0 lojas, não é? Tens os Feslo. Tenho um amigo meu que comprou e that's it. Mais ninguém vai comprar. É esse o problema. PSP, toda a gente tinha uma na mão.
Now, if you do have a PSP and you've had one sitting in your closet or in your bedroom drawer for many, many years, and you're thinking that it's mostly a paperweight these days, well, it may be worth revisiting your PlayStation Portable or PSP, or even for the first time picking one up. They're very cheap on eBay, and with a little bit of money, you can actually pimp.
Nível de BGA. Eu sei, bro, mas eles querem fazer dela uma PSP, só que não conseguem. Pois é isso, eles estão a tentar fazer uma PSP nova, mas o mundo desde então mudou muito. É totalmente diferente.
Really nicely and give it some awesome quality of life. Let's go ahead and check out some of the things that I'm talking about. Now, the first
A cena é que um gajo agora, quando és adolescente e andas na rua e estás tipo, epá, quero jogar coisas. Tu não vais andar com uma consola no bolso porque estás-te a cagar, andas com o telemóvel que já é poderoso, já faz muita coisa e que se foda, jogas Gate de impacto no telemóvel e está feito. Oh, e caralho. Vou andar com uma PSP. Vou andar com uma Steam Deck, que é 3 vezes maior do meu bolso. Não.
update you want to do is to replace
Para
your
além disso, os meus pais não têm 700 euros para comprar uma Steam Deck, portanto não vai acontecer.
PSP battery first and foremost. Your old existing battery probably will no longer work or hold charge, and in some cases I've seen very much expanded batteries.
Pois é
that
isso,
kind
os
of
tempos mudaram, maninho manolas. Frankenstein no chip, não sabes quem é o culpado.
poke out of the
Eles
back
meteram alguém da Xbox a trabalhar na fábrica das PS3.
the case, and this is definitely not something that you want to keep around, so throw it out and buy a replacement. Now you can get a replacement battery that's 3600 milliamp hours, and that'll cost you around 10 to $8 on eBay.
Oh
And
shit, I need
recommend
this.
one
Wait. Eu preciso de uma bateria nova. Eu acho que a bateria da minha PSP não funciona.
I've been using
É
this
que eu estava a usar aquilo como. Como é que se chama aquele jogo que eu adoro? Symphony of the Night Machine.
one for the last couple of weeks, and it has a longer charge than I remember. Now, there's various schools of thoughts around whether you should replace it with an official OEM battery or just buy a cheap knockoff. In my experience, this $8-9 battery works just fine. Now, be aware.
$8-9 battery. Vais mandar vir pela volta no quê? Um carregador? Sabes qual é o problema? Não sei qual é a minha PSP. Mas se calhar, não sei, se calhar se me levantasse e olhasse para trás, se calhar aí percebia. Oh, 9 euros. Não é? Não é preciso grande cena. Dá para todas? Dá para 3.000? Dá para 2.000? Dá para 1.000? 2.000, 3.000? Tem os cornos até ao Brasil. Eles precisam de um carregador também. Não a vejo aqui, espero que não seja em casa da... Espero que não seja em casa da Catarina.
Of the PSP model that you have, and make sure that you purchase the right battery for your model. But the takeaway here is, guys,
make
if you
sure?
have
I
an
wanna make
original
sure.
PSP and you want
Eu
to
quero
use
tipo fechar os olhos, hashtag é mandar e
it
depois
in
ela vem.
2023, then please
Hashtag
take
é
out
mandar
the
vir.
original battery and replace it. Now, before we proceed, the next thing that you really want to do to your PSP, once you you have a new battery and you've got your system back up and running, assuming that you have some memory card installed on your PSP, is to mod it for homebrew. And this is
Eu acho que tem a PSP dentro de uma mala. Uma mala?
Recommend anyone out there do with a PSP that you have. In fact, many kind of secondhand or used PSPs that you purchase on the market on reseller websites will probably be already modded in some capacity. But if not, then I do recommend that you reach out to a guide on the internet. And the best one that I can find, at least of the making of this episode, is the website pspunk.com. Now, this particular website will walk through every facet of exploiting your PSP, including updating your firmware. Now, the first thing that you want to do if you're not on the latest firmware 6.6,
PSP é tão cool.
To 6.61. So this website not only offers a guide and a download for the firmware, so you can update your PSP to 6.61.
Eu tenho uma bolsa
the homebrew and exploit tools for you to exploit
muito fixe da PSP.
So I definitely recommend this website. I'll leave a link to it in the description below. But just a quick disclaimer, these types of websites tend to get updated once in a while when some new exploit is found, or potentially Sony could for no apparent reason just update the PSP firmware. We've definitely seen things like that happen with the PlayStation 3, for example. So there's always the danger that these guides will go out of date. But for now, pspunk.com is the place you want to go to learn how to exploit your PlayStation Portable.
I don't know what's
hyping modded for homebrew and having a custom firmware is probably one of the most important things that you can do, because now once you have that in place, you can now start to use a micro SD adapter. Now, back in the day, PSP memory storage, if you recall, using the Memory Stick Pro format was very expensive. I think, you know, like a 4 gig or an 8 gig card was quite pricey. Now, obviously, storage is much cheaper these days, and the good news is there are adapters out there that will take the Memory Stick Pro Duo format and allow you just to put a regular SD.
Eu gosto deste vídeo porque eu gostava mesmo de pegar numa PSP e jogar com ela. A consola é pequenina, é poderosa, tem jogos fixes. Tenho saudades do Patapom, por exemplo.
I haven't actually tested that before, but the one that I have here has a 64 gigabyte SD card, and this, for all intents and purposes, is...
Veio com o Dissidia. Eu tive o Dissidia, gostei muito na altura, gostei mesmo muito.
Plenty of storage for me to load up pretty much any game, emulator, ROMs, whatever I want on my PSP, and have tons and tons of room to spare. But I definitely recommend that you pick up a
meter-te num bolso, meu. Essa é a parte fixe.
Duo micro SD adapter. Once again, just like the battery, these things...
Se a pessoa consegues ver séries, imagina, vais sair com alguém e essa pessoa começa a falar e tipo, ei, que nojo, sacas da PSP, começas a ver um Game of Thrones ou caralho, pá, grande cena, não é?
Are very cheap, and I'll leave relevant links in the description below so you can get set up with this as well. Now, the last mod that I've done to my PSP here is to replace the screen with an IPS panel. Now, I will say straight off the bat that this will only work, at least of the making of this episode, with the PSP 1000. I don't believe there are IPS panel replacements for anything other than the PSP 1000, but that's not really a bad thing, because the PSP 1000, for all intents and purposes, the screen hasn't aged particularly well. Not only is it quite dull, especially when you compare it to, say, the PSP 3000 or even the PSP Go, it also has a really bad side effect of blurring when there is a lot of pixels being moved around quite fast. And this is quite apparent, especially when you play 2D games. Now, the good news is this particular IPS panel only cost me $25 from AliExpress. Now, I will say that this is not a drop-in panel replacement that doesn't require soldering. It certainly does. And it's something that I think you can either get someone to do it for yourself. I've also seen pre-built models on eBay for sale, you know, PSPs that have the panel replacement installed. Or if you are experienced with soldering, you could do it yourself. This is not a particular complicated job, but it does require you opening up your PSP and doing a panel replacement, and it does require to use a soldering iron. But the end result is that it offers the best looking PSP 1000 screen that I've ever seen. The colors are very, very accurate. The brightness is quite high. I think it's kind of rated around 350 nits. And overall, the ghosting on this IPS panel is almost non-existent. It's still definitely there, but it is a lot less noticeable. And as a comparison, take a look at the difference between my stock PSP 1000 on the bottom and the IPS panel on top. I'm absolutely in love with this particular panel. It's a really cheap upgrade as well. And look, some people don't really care for aftermarket IPS panel replacements, but I think a PSP 1000 is definitely in need for something like this. And I would recommend, if you do have the know-how on how to do this, then check this out as well. I'll leave a link to the panel that I have purchased on AliExpress in the description below as well. But definitely check this out, because for me, this is really the star of the show, and it just brings new life to my PSP 1000 all those years later. So now that we've well and truly pimped out our Sony PlayStation Portable, what can we do with this in 2023? Well, there is, as mentioned, a really great homebrew community on the PSP. Now, there is a lot of things that are kind of legacy that haven't been updated in many years, but the scene always continues with new advancements. Now, of course, there are emulators that you can download and play, including pretty much anything from the 8 and 16-bit era, including many, many different home computers as well. So we've got Super NES, Sega Genesis, NES, Game Boy Color, GBA, all those favorites, all those things that, you know, have always worked for a very long time. But I'm slowly starting to see there's been some advancements in kind of homebrew ports and other interesting things that have happened over the last few years. The first one is the Super Mario 64 decompilation project is available on the PSP. Now, this thing is absolutely incredible. The fact that they're playing the decompilation project on a PSP,
qualquer coisa que jogue Mario 64 é tipo... Olha para isto. Olha para isto.
is mind-blowing to me, and it looks great. It runs well. It's
Looks
not
great.
perfect. There's definitely slowdown, and it seems like there's kind of some stutter that goes on as well, kind of during random times. But overall, very, very playable and a great
Problema é o
experience.
ser sick.
This thing absolutely looks incredible on the IPS panel that I've installed in this PSP 1000 as well. But definitely check out the Super Mario 64 decompilation on the PSP.
Super Mario.
It's definitely a must-have.
Yeah.
Also check out Quake for PSP. And
Quake?
I gotta say,
Quake. Anyway. PSP Go. PSP Go foi grande flop. O problema da PSP Go é que eles tentaram lançar uma coisa 30 anos antes do pessoal aceitar. Que é... não ter jogos físicos, ser só digital. Só digital numa altura em que a distribuição digital estava na sua infância ainda.
This is
Why?
not new homebrew, but
Why?
I'm quite surprised at how well
Sony,
Quake
why?
does run on the PSP. This is very well optimized code, and it feels great, and it looks great. It runs at a solid frame rate, and props to the developers for bringing this one out, because this isn't something that I ever remember seeing on the PSP. So definitely check out Quake on the PSP if you are a fan of that style of game.
You need a gold key.
Daedalus X64 is a Nintendo 64 emulator that's been in development pretty much since 2004, 2005, from pretty much the early days of PSP homebrew. And every so often, this emulator gets an update. And I gotta be honest, I didn't really give this much thought, and I kind of wrote it off as an emulator that hasn't really improved that much over the years, but I'm quite surprised at how well it actually does run on the Sony PSP. Now, of course, getting full speed N64 emulation on the PSP is very, very difficult to do. This emulator is nowhere near perfect, but given the fact that it's emulating a Nintendo 64 on a PlayStation Portable is quite impressive. And one thing that I probably recommend you do, if you do want to run N64 games on your PSP, I would say it's more of a passing curiosity than anything else. But if you do actually want to play games, I would recommend that you turn off the audio in the emulation because that will give you a pretty significant frame rate boost, but you can still play with sound turned on. Just keep in mind that it will sound quite choppy and the frame rate will be...
Jesus, eu tenho que tirar os olhos do chat porque isso é tudo código, meu. Fala por código.
lower than expected. The other update that I wanted to call out was OpenLara. Now,
Sega Saturn?
OpenLara is a fully reverse engineered Tomb Raider 1 and 2 engine that runs on various platforms. We covered it on the Game Boy Advance about a year ago, and this is the PSP version, and initial impressions are very, very good. This is running at 60 frames per second.
Wow.
And it's silky smooth. So having those original Tomb Raider 1 and 2 games on the PSP is a really nice touch. Props to the developer who made this port possible. I think this is one of the better homebrew releases that I've seen in quite some time. Now,
Damn,
there are various
bro.
other homebrew and emulators that run on the PSP, and I'm going to just kind of give you a quick kind of B-roll of all the ones that I tested out here, but there's a lot
Chrono
here to cover,
Crusade.
and I don't really want to go through all of them in this episode, mainly because there haven't really been any updates to this stuff in quite a while. But the last thing that I do want to mention is that now that we have a modded PSP and we have a significantly large...
Pessoal, não é por nada, mas a minha cadela, ela deitou-se no puff. Eu não sei se ela está bem. Olha, a cadela deu o puff. Espera aí. Oh, não dá para ver, pois não? Anyway.
Large memory card. We have 64 gigs in my particular system. You have the option now to no longer use the UMD drive to play your games. You can easily just rip your games from your UMD as ISO images. You can then just place those ISO images into the ISO folder on the root of your memory card. And automatically when you
that's what I do.
go into your memory card on your PSP, assuming you have a 6.61 custom firmware, they will automatically show up as games that you can launch. And this means that now you've not only backed up your PSP library...
Ok, TLDR, o Oliveira vai conseguir recuperar a PS3 dele. É isso?
You've preserved these games, but more importantly, you no longer require the UMD to actually play these games. And this can really help out with longer battery life, as well as general wear and tear on the UMD, which is notorious for both breaking down mechanically and to stop reading discs. So I definitely recommend that you look at doing this, getting your basically all the games that you want to play on your memory card and go from there. So there you have it. Updating your PSP in 2023, even though it sounds like a waste of time, really is something you may want to consider doing, especially when we see these like retro handheld knockoff devices that come out pretty much every week that have, 10,000 games on them that don't really run very well as far as emulation is concerned. Getting a hold of a PSP for cheap, a used one, replacing its battery, giving it a large memory card,
MVG.
replacing the screen. You can also replace the case as well and put a brand new case on it and make it look really, really nice. And loading it up full of your favorite PSP games and emulators and ROMs and homebrew is really something that is quite compelling for me in 2023. But we are going to leave it here for today's episode, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked it, please don't forget to leave me a thumbs up. Have a fantastic week, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. Bye for now.
Bye for now. Como é que eu volto a jogar isto? Quanto é que eles dizem que custa isto? Mas são os 3? Não me digas que é só um. Não me digas que não tenho para para 1, 2 e 3. Pechinchas. É só isto? Se eu pesquisar pelo nome. Separados? E bem que o pará para dará para a papa? Mas é só o primeiro? Eu quero ter estes 3 jogos. Mas foda-se. Onde é que está o 3? Oh! Wait, nunca saiu na PS4? Não saiu nem um remaster nem nada? Well, that's just crazy. É que assim voltava a ligar a PS4 também. Se calhar já não liga. Programação.
The classic quote is, there are
Alguém quer saber de programação? Se calhar não, é tarde.
only two hard things in computer science: cache invalidation and naming things.
Cache invalidation parece-me um grande pesadelo, realmente.
I do agree that these are hard to get right, but they're also easy to get wrong. And we can get 80% of the way by avoiding bad patterns. We're going to talk about what I consider to be bad naming practices. Practices that if you avoid, you'll force yourself into better naming. The classic first example.
Não meter chouriço como prefixo todas as variáveis. Wait, what?
You'll see is you shouldn't name variables with a single letter. I suspect this originally came from when math and computer science were more or less the same. Mathematicians pride themselves on being terse. They like to crystallize down to the smallest, most concise way of expression. The thing is, you don't need to edit math, but you do need to edit code. So it's become obvious to programmers that we should avoid using single-letter variable names, because they don't tell you anything about the variable. But I'd argue that you should take this one step further. You should never abbreviate names, period.
Never?
Look at this code. Can you tell me its purpose?
No.
What about now?
Still no.
Abbreviations rely on context that you may or may not have. You spend more time reading code than writing code. So forcing yourself to understand per system naming patterns makes it much harder to dig into unfamiliar code. Abbreviations used to help because of two reasons. It saved you typing, and screens were 80 characters wide. But now, when we write code, we get this. It takes less keyboard strokes than ever to write variable names. And we have massive 4K screens now, so there's no real advantage to abbreviation. Don't put types in your name. If you've edited older code on Windows, you'll see something called Hungarian notation. This is where you'd prefix the type to the variable name. I think this goes back to before we had good standard types in C, so everything would basically be an int.
Eu tenho a sensação que isto era necessário.
And the type of the variable wouldn't actually tell you what was inside of it. But now, with statically typed languages, the type should tell you exactly what you're looking at. So putting types in your variables is no longer necessary. Related, it's considered good practice to put units in your variable names. For example, if you have a function that accepts a delay time, if this value is in seconds, you should name the variable delay seconds. This way, it's clear to the user of the function that they better be putting in seconds. It's also more clear to someone editing the class itself what unit they're working with. But even better than that is to have a type that removes the ambiguity completely. For example, in C#, the time span, or chrono duration in C++. The type abstracts the user from understanding the exact underlying unit. You need to explicitly ask for a unit back, like here, getting seconds back. For dynamically typed languages like Python, you sadly can't rely.
Gosto muito desta música da igreja. Parece que estás na missa. Senhor. Não criarás uma variável com uma letra. Não criaremos uma variável com uma letra.
Rely on type declarations to help. So we'll need a bit of help from the variable name. Interestingly, people also add types to their types. In C#, there's this pattern of prefixing interfaces with I.
Não pirilamparás a variável alheia.
This is something I've never understood. Good code uses interfaces all the time, and the consumer doesn't really care whether it's an interface, class, or abstract class. They just want to know what they can call. In this code, we animate an object on the screen. This is an interface. If I swap this to an abstract class or a concrete class, it wouldn't change this code, nor would it help the code do anything better. C# is still following this pattern even for new .NET library code. So for your C# code, it might make sense just to follow the pattern, since bad style guidelines are better than no style guidelines. For other languages, I definitely avoid. Another example of typing their types is if you find yourself naming a class with base or abstract. This I've never found in a standard library. If I have...
Pois tu és da igreja, eu não sei nada do que é que disseste. Mas, olha, tenho pena, ou boa sorte, ou estou feliz por ti, ou continuar a ver o vídeo.
And then realize it might make sense to create a parent class instead. I've seen folks name the new parent class Base Truck. This isn't a great name because it doesn't help the users of the class. It still represents a truck. If you ever find yourself unable to come up with a good name for the parent class, it probably means that we should actually rename the child class instead. Instead of base truck.
Yeah, isto devia ser carro, ou isto devia ser algo que não truck.
Let's just name it truck. And for the
Eu estava a ver qualquer coisa, não sei o que é que eu vi, mas estavam a dizer que o próprio Papa disse assim: olhem, Metam o FBI a investigar pessoas que participam em missas que são latim, apenas latim. Porque esse pessoal é perigoso e maluco dos cornos. E eu, uau! Não sabia disso.
Child class. Let's overspecify the name. We'll call it a trailer truck. Now, if someone gets a truck, they understand what they're getting. It's a truck. And they don't need to know about any
Truck.
of the details of subclasses. And if they need to know a specific type of truck, well, then they get the specific name. Sometimes if you're struggling to name something, it's actually indicative that the code structure is to blame. A common anti-pattern I see is if there's a collection of functions used widely in the codebase, but it's all bundled up into a single utils class or module. If you're thinking of naming code utils or helper, you should think if it's really...
Eu é folders, não é propriamente a classe.
the right spot for it. Here's some code from a Node app that processes movies. There's a bunch of util functions here.
Fui cancelado porque...
Firstly,
Bora ver.
consider whether some of these methods...
What are you guys talking about? Por usar utils? Eu só uso pastas, não classes. Classe é geralmente quando é genérico, chamo-lhe helper. Mas eu tendo a preferir... Eu tendo a preferir ter classes... Helper classes com nomes específicos. E o meu colega tende a preferir uma classe que dá para tudo. Porquê? Porque eu prefiro clareza em vez de ser tipo, ei, preciso fazer uma coisa. E escrevo helper. E tanto pode dar para tirar cafés como pode dar para... I don't fucking know. Fazer uma soma. Não sei. Eu prefiro ser mais claro, mas pronto.
actually make sense as a part of their respective types instead. So this code here, we can actually just move into the movie class itself. For some of these, we can instead create a class that represents a collection of movies, and that has the desired methods. And finally, some of these can be separated into other classes with descriptive names. The paging functionality can be moved into its own class.
Oi, bebê? Aconteceu alguma coisa?
And we can even make this generic if we want, so that it can operate on
Oh, não vi o que é que ele está a dizer. O que é que pode ser genérico? É minha prima?
more than just movies.
Desculpem.
And the cookie function should really just be in a cookie class.
E o TS? Não gostas de TypeScript?
Now we don't have anything in our utils class, so we can just delete it.
Olha, tens aqui isto, supostamente é bom. Este gajo acho que não gosta nada de TypeScript. Generic types. Eu gosto até. Na minha curta experiência com a vida, eu gosto de generic types. Oh shit. A chat disse como é que usei. Foi para chamadas HTTPS. Eu não sei que modelo é que... Desculpa. Eu não sei que corpo é que vou enviar ou receber. Mas sei que quero enviar qualquer coisa e receber qualquer coisa. E depois é um generic type, é para meter um body que eu queira.
You don't see a bundle of utils in standard library.
Mas honestamente não vi mais nenhum sítio onde eu sentisse necessidade de usar generic type. Acho que foi para funções de serialização. Mas again, isso está relacionado com o mesmo, que é receber dados de sítios.
Because they can all be sorted
know,
into
man.
modules that have good names. So we should do the same in our code. These few rules will help you write code that is easier to read and change.
Send something, receive something. Tipo, não vejo outra situação.
What would you add?
Refactor if you find yourself naming code utils.
Easier to read class, so we can just delete it. Should really just be in a cookie class. Now we don't.
Onde é que está o tal generic type? Ah, está aqui. Entities. Eu nem sei o que é que isto faz.
And just movies.
Never Nester. What the fuck am I watching? Vou ali à cozinha e já volto. Meu cão está meio estressado. É porque eu também estou estressado. Yo, música do Nightclub ali em baixo. Manda link da música. Ai não, é... Vou ser banido do YouTube se puser música a dar. Volto já. Estou de volta. Ai, queres que eu meta a música? Este vídeo foi muito giro. Dá-me mesmo jeito ir vendo vídeos sobre programação, por acaso. 25 newbie habits. Are you a newbie Python habiter? Perfectly principled programmers. How principled coders outperform the competition. Whoa. How?
Hi there.
How do they do it?
There are what I would consider to be 7 deadly sins when it comes to programming. Things that will grind your code quality into dust if you don't heed their lessons.
Really?
Now, I hope you've never had to hear someone tell you that you write bad code, but if you have, there's really nothing to be embarrassed about. We all write flawed
Except for the bad code.
As we learn, and the good news is, it's fairly straightforward to make improvements if you're willing.
Just do
In
it.
essence, that's why I've created this video, to guide you to
Just don't be shit.
becoming a better coder. So, let's look at the mistakes you might be making and see if we can fix them. The first thing I see people doing is
Há uma coisa que eu não gosto neste título. Coder.
not using programming standards. They give us rules to follow, like white spacing, file structure, and other philosophies that We apply to make our code consistent and therefore easily readable.
Não. Bora escrever código minificado logo. Para que usar um minifier quando podes fazer tu?
It's also especially important when working with other people because it allows everyone to rely on shared expectations. If you don't keep standards, it's kind of like switching fonts all the time. We can read it, sure, but the subtle differences throw us off and slow us down a bit. As for choosing a standard, if you aren't given one by your team, then there's plenty to choose from in the wild. The second thing, programming design principles, are probably some of my favorite ways to improve. You can think of principles like a general guide into becoming a better programmer. They're the raw philosophies of code. Now, there's a lot of principles out there, too many to cover in this video, but I will quickly show 5 very important ones which go under the acronym of SOLID. The S in SOLID stands for single responsibility, and it teaches us that we should aim to break our code down into modules of one responsibility.
Damn, isto é mesmo para beginners. Não estou camarão. Estou a brincar. Não estou nada. Or am I?
Each. So, if we have a big class that is performing unrelated jobs, for example, we should split that up
Tipo
into
os
separate
utils.
classes to avoid violating the principle. It's more code, yeah, but we can now easily identify what the class is trying to do, test it more cleanly, and we...
O que é que diz? Toga, o que é que achas que diz de mim? Eu tender para criar cena... Se eu pensar num utils, eu penso na... Isto aconteceu mesmo há pouco tempo. Quando quis criar um utils, quis lhe chamar uma cena específica e não atirar para lá as coisas do... Não atirar as funções para a pasta para a classe do utils que já temos. Tive essa tendência, preferi. Mas o meu colega foi, ei não, mete antes na pasta do utils. Eu, ok. Também não é uma religião para mim, por isso, whatever.
We can reuse parts of it elsewhere, without having to worry about irrelevant methods at the same time. This actually becomes more important as we progress.
Mas faz-me confusão. Tipo, isto aqui faz processing a uma imagem. Isto aqui, sei lá, traduz hexadecimal em cor. A função que vem logo a seguir, sei lá, regra de três simples. Logo a seguir vem um shuffler de arrays. E é tipo, tudo na mesma... Tudo no mesmo fecheiro. E é tipo... Uou.
So, open-close principle.
Estou-me a tentar lembrar de coisas que poderemos ter. Para mim há componentes. Não existem utils nem nada do género. Não há nenhum cenário em que faça sentido. Okay, não precisas de nada que faça coisas úteis que não seja implementar uma
functionality in the future without having to actually make changes to them. Instead, we should extend a
Já dei alguns exemplos, não é?
Be that wrapping it or something else, but we should never modify it directly.
É o melhor nome para eles, é utils, são coisas
Once a module is in
dá um
use,
jeito.
it's locked, and this now reduces the chances of any new additions breaking your code.
Módulos de ajuda.
Luckily, the Luminous Liskov leaves us a lesson that loosely limits how we leverage our legacy code. Okay, that's enough of that. Liskov wants to tell us that we should only extend modules when we're absolutely sure that it's still the same type at heart. For example, we can probably extend a hexagon into a 6-pointed star, because that still makes sense as a 6-sided shape. But we can't really do the same if we wanted a 5 or 7.
Crias uma componente. Pronto, é a mesma coisa, não é? É o mesmo conceito.
Star, because that would no longer be compatible with what a hexagon represents. It just wouldn't fit cleanly anymore into parts of your code that expect hexagons, and so it will have failed the principle.
What the fuck am I looking at? Caga neste gajo. Ele não está a dizer mentira nenhuma, acho eu, mas ao mesmo tempo estou tipo... Caga nisso. Deixa eu ver esse psiquiatra a ver o...
Pause here.
Multiple Personality Disorder. Ok, agora vou ter que ver o Animated Series. Não! Se eu começo a ver isto, eu paro de comer.
No, it's not multiple personality syndrome disorder, Alfred. Batman's just sick to being the Dark Knight. Let the psychiatrist do the psychiatry. Hey GQ, I'm Dr.
Ok, este gajo está a ser um palhaço.
Eric Bender. I'm a psychiatrist and psychotherapist, and today I'll be looking at some characters from Arkham Asylum. This is the Mental Breakdown.
Mas do animated series?
He's not. Who? Your driver.
Sim, só por dizer que não há o conceito de guardar numa lib utils. Não percebi.
Harvey Dent has become Two-Face at this point. He has a need to flip a coin.
Ele está a analisar os filmes?
This could be considered a compulsion. A compulsion is a behavior you feel you...
Há uma vez te falei de um truque que eu fiz. Eu queria substituir o logging system. Queria ter um logging system específico no Unity. E eles têm uns debug logs. Eu queria que fosse específico porque eu queria arranjar uma maneira fácil e equivalente ao que já tenho para só rodar em development mode. Ou seja, se estiveres em production aquilo não corre. E então sabes qual foi o truque para aquilo funcionar da mesma maneira? O truque foi espetar as funções num DLL. E eu suspeito que sei porque é que funciona, porque é que o truque funciona. O truque funciona. O que é que eu queria manter? Era quando tu carregas num erro, imagina, tens um erro no. Foi mesmo ninja. Imagina, estás no editor do Unity e aparece-te um erro, tipo a vermelho. Tu, oh fuck, dás double click e vais dar à linha. Com este truque. Não, com este truque, desculpa, com uma classe alternativa para os logs, sabes o que é que acontecia? Todos os double clicks iam dar à classe, em vez de irem dar ao sítio onde tinha o problema. Isto é um grande downgrade ao que eu uso. Isto é horrível, eu não quero isto. Então qual foi o truque? Usaram DLL, porquê? E esta é a parte que eu desconfio, que é como o DLL obfusca, é assim que se diz? Esconde o código, eu não posso aceder ao código diretamente. Então, ele vai dar ao dar double click, ele vai só ao sítio onde é chamado. Porque ele não te pode mostrar mais, ele não te pode mostrar os conteúdos do DLL. Então foi uma ninjice para manter essa feature que eu gosto, não é? Tipo, poderes ir ver à linha o que é que se passa.
There's something in you that makes you feel like
Mas isso é só um
absolutely
truque.
have to do it, and if you don't, it feels really uncomfortable. Often a compulsion is performed to get rid of an obsession. The obsession is the thought you have. It makes you uncomfortable, makes you anxious. So the compulsion is to do something to get rid of the obsession. Classic example is someone who feels that they're dirty. That's the obsession. The compulsion is to wash their hands to feel clean, to get rid of that anxiety. What might have happened here is all the trauma that he endured with Rachel dying and the ambiguity of it all, like what happened, what didn't. He now wants clear-cut things. He's very anxious when things are not clear-cut. So he's flipping a coin. Is it heads or is it tails? Is he gonna die? Is he gonna stay alive? So it's very much, I want order. I want to make sure it's decided. It's gonna be A or B.
Nunca
So
tenho
the
água,
compulsion
foda-se.
to get rid of the anxiety over things being vague is to flip the coin. Two-Face might also be showing cognitive dissonance. That part of him that's Harvey Dent is very human, doesn't want to kill people. But if it's reduced to a coin flip, it could be that he's not killing someone, he's just obeying the coin. He's just doing what the coin says. And that might be something that is a way for him to move forward with this criminal life. So he's not doing something bad, he's doing what is destined to be done because of this coin flip. Riddler?
You inspired me. You're out of your goddamn mind. What?
Ainda não viste este filme?
You're sick, twisted. How can you say that? You think you'll be remembered? You're a pathetic psychopath, begging for attention.
The obsession that Riddler
Esta interação é tão não existente. As in,
pathologic, meaning it's
eles não interagem assim.
actually causing impairment in his daily functioning in some ways. Again, always looking at how the
E fui ver o último filme com o Batman, com o meu Batman, hashtag my Batman, hashtag my Batman, com o grande, o único e incrível Michael Keaton.
Presents, there is a story about the Riddler in which he didn't want to leave a clue for Batman in the form of a riddle. He didn't want to say, hey, here's this riddle, see if you can solve it, and that would lead often to his being captured. He actually says to Batman, I didn't want to leave a clue, I didn't want to do it, but I had to. So that is really an example of an obsession, the obsession with the riddles, the compulsion to have to say a riddle, to either feel smart the way he wants to prove that he's smart.
Não sabes qual é o filme?
Or to challenge himself, saying he can function on the same level as Batman.
Falar nesse filme, os meus gajos preferidos do cinema, eles tiveram um mimo durante essa altura que foi tipo, nós nunca vamos fazer review a esse filme. E eu estava tipo, mas eu quero que vocês façam, eu quero mesmo ver. É tipo, eu já nem sequer abro o canal deles aos anos. E queria abrir só para ver o que é que eles achavam do filme. E eles, não vamos fazer. See, there's no Batman. They didn't do it. They actually didn't do it. Oh man, o final do último filme foi tão bom. The greatest lie ever told.
Is this obsessive compulsive component to his
Queria tanto ver.
Joker?
Até te passava, porque tu não queres ver o filme, mas uma review se calhar até vias. Coringa.
Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fair.
If I were to see Joker,
Pichula. Coringa é nome preferido. Obrigado, brasileiros.
does he belong in Arkham Asylum? He's an individual that has come across to me as not having any mental illness. Yes, something is off with him, as people say, in that he commits the crimes that he does. He kills people. He wants to introduce anarchy. He tells Two-Face, introduce a little anarchy here. I just do, that's what he says. He's just ready to create chaos. He's an agent of chaos. All of that makes me think, are there any real mental health issues such as depression or anxiety or any psychosis, anything like that? And I don't see that. I do wonder about antisocial personality disorder. That doesn't mean antisocial like, hey, I don't want to go associate with anybody. I want to just hang out in my room and play video games. Antisocial personality disorder means that you're actually having no regard for laws or rules. There's continual lying, there's breaking of rules, and violence might even be part of how you get things done.
Ganda Jack Nicholson.
He certainly meets criteria for antisocial personality disorder, and I do think he's a psychopath. Not all people with antisocial personality disorder are psychopaths, but in this case, I do think he is one. Given that he's a psychopath and there's no significant mental illness.
Sabes o que é que me custa mais? Custa, entre aspas. O que é que eu acho mais hardcore no Joker, para mim, é a relação dele com a Harley Quinn. A maneira como ele... como ele a destruiu.
Related to why he's committing the crimes he doesn't belong here at Arkham. The evidence that he, first off, doesn't have a mental illness we just went through. So now we look, if we're evaluating him for sanity, meaning at the time of the crime, did he know what he was doing? Did he know what he was doing was wrong? Now I look at additional evidence. Here, Commissioner Gordon says there's no labels on his clothes, everything is designer. These type of things suggest the Joker wants to be evading capture, wants zero identity. He knows what he's doing is wrong. Now, an attorney might argue, well, maybe he just likes to have his clothes made wherever. Well, sure, maybe he has a line of clothing he likes, but this can also be seen as potential evidence for evading capture. He's also tried not to get caught. He has done things to clearly avoid capture, which means he knows what he's doing is wrong. He even explained step by step to Harvey Dent, I am creating chaos. He knows what he's doing. So not only is he not of a mental illness, he also knows what he's doing is wrong. He belongs in Blackgate Penitentiary. Harley Quinn?
Ah, porque Blackgate é só uma prisão. Arkham Asylum é para...
Harleen Quinzel. When I was a kid, my dad traded me for a six-pack of beer. But however many times he tried to ditch me, I kept coming back.
So right away, I see a kid who has been...
Eu nunca vi esta backstory.
Essentially neglected by her dad.
This is some anime shit, right?
Traded for a six-pack of beer. She keeps trying to come back and come back and come back and win his affection. This is actually true in real life, that somebody would do this. Often I might see kids who are just dying to get the affection of their parents. They really want to feel loved by their mother or their father or whatever caregivers they have. There's a drive to do that.
What the fuck is this song? Não tem nada a ver com o tema.
When people don't get that affection, it can really have implications for the rest of their lives.
Ele está a tentar cortar isto para um TikTok? Oh, sorry.
For the rest of their lives.
My father used to beat me up pretty badly.
Anything except that.
Every time I got out of line, bam! Or sometimes I'd be just sitting there doing nothing. Pow! Pops tended to favor the grape, you see.
Uh-huh.
This is Harley Quinn, otherwise known as Harleen Quinzel, who apparently was practicing as a psychiatrist at Arkham Asylum, even though she didn't have an MD, but had a PhD. Clearly, Gotham is corrupt. As human beings, without even realizing it, we tend to recreate relationships in our lives, even those that don't serve us well. They might be dysfunctional, but they're comfortable. It's something we slip back into. Here, she recreates this relationship with her father, with the Joker. He doesn't want her. He's neglecting her. He's abusing her, similar to how her father did, but she still takes it. And that's actually part of her psyche that I would want to understand more in talking with her.
Desire becomes surrender, surrender becomes power.
Eu não percebo como é que ele tirou clipe de filme que não existe. Não percebo como é que ele fez isto.
You want this?
I do.
There is a condition called folie à deux, which means shared madness. Essentially, someone is spending time with another individual who has mental health issues, often psychosis, which means having a break from reality, maybe having some hallucinations or hearing things, and ends up sharing that same type of issue, so having their own psychosis. What I've noticed is Harley doesn't seem to have psychosis, nor does Joker, but there is a question of, is there some type of shared, at least, approach to the world, some type of shared mentality that she's picked up after spending so much time with him. If I were to have to give a diagnosis to Harley, I would look actually in the personality disorder category. So personality disorders refer to somebody having a vastly different way of interacting with the world than their cultural norm would expect. In this case, Harley does have an unstable sense of herself. She doesn't feel like she's a whole person necessarily. We see that in different ways. And that could be a trait of borderline personality disorder or just a borderline trait, meaning she doesn't have the full personality disorder. But what fits Harley most is histrionic personality disorder or histrionic traits. Someone with histrionic...
Really? You think?
Histrionic personality disorder is very uncomfortable unless they're the center of attention. They might use sexual behavior to get attention, or they have a physical appearance they make up, and you can see that she does that so that she will get that attention.
Mas aí estamos a falar da new Harley Quinn. Oh.
Histrionic personality disorder might also have a shallow expression of emotions. They might have a very unique way of speaking that's somewhat dramatic, and they might have a real dramatic flair to how they present. All these things categorize her so far. One of the main things, though, is someone with histrionic personality disorder is very suggestible. The things that Harley does subject herself to for Mr. J's love, they're actually really horrific when you think about it. So when people talk about wanting to have this kind of mad love relationship, I don't know how well that would serve them in the real world. There's a syndrome called Florence Nightingale syndrome where the caretaker falls in love with the patient. It's been suggested by a psychologist in England that that's actually what's going on in this particular case. Harley does find this way of attaching, and I think this is it. It's this shared feeling of not being loved. The Joker is manipulating her here though, and she doesn't see that. She's blinded by that desire to actually feel loved. Mad Hatter?
I'll cut that cowl off your neck before you'll take her. I've waited my whole lonely life for her.
Damn.
Then all you've waited for is a puppet.
He seems to be convinced that
Isto
he's
foi
a
tão
character
fixe.
in Alice in Wonderland. That makes me think of two things in particular. On my differential diagnosis list, I wonder, is there a form of OCD where he's so obsessed with Alice in Wonderland that he ends up compulsively living in that world, dressing up that way, even kidnapping a girl who is Alice. There is OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, where one has that obsession and the compulsions of behavior that you do to get rid of the anxiety from the obsession. But you can have what's called poor insight, where you don't recognize that these are intrusive thoughts, that these are thoughts that actually don't match with a realistic situation, that you don't need to double check, triple check, quadruple check your locks in the door, that you don't need to make sure the oven is off 20 times. So it could be that he has OCD with poor insight, but it seems to be more delusional, something that he really embraces from a young age, where he just continues to live in this world. It brings up an interesting question of where is fanaticism, whether it's being a fan of a sports team, being a fan of a game, being a fan of a cartoon, a comic, where does fandom end and something that's more delusional begin? I look at whether something really impacts someone's functioning. In this case, he's functioning in this world where he's kidnapping young girls. So
Estou a curtir esta TikTok
clearly
music.
a disorder when it reaches the level of impacting somebody's daily functioning. Mad Hatter might also have some pedophilic tendencies. He's essentially zombified her. Mad Hatter likes to put mind control devices into hats. There's actually a story in which Mad Hatter put mind control devices into tape players and gave them out to young Dick Grayson's female classmates at school. The idea was that he was then going to sell these girls into slavery to a corrupt millionaire.
That's a cool story.
Here, I see an obsession with hats. He's going from one hat to the next, looking at all of these hats, and they make him so proud. It's not just a collection, it's something more. There's almost something he gets out of this that's like a narcissistic thing. And the reason I know that is he says, the next place is here for Batman's cowl. That's my next one. So he has this way that reminds me of a serial killer, where they take trophies, which to them are proof of their skills. Look at what they've done. I'm reminded of that with Jervis Tetch, the Mad Hatter. He looks at each of these hats and thinks about what he's done and how he's won over these individuals. Whether he's killed them or not, in the 1966 version of Batman, we just don't know. They didn't really allude to that so much. So he has this psychopathic, almost vengeful side to get back at people. He's got all those jurors right there in the closet, ready to, in some ways, collect something from them too. In real life, there are serial killers who do the same thing. Ed Gein used to take the skin from his victims and make lampshades or clothing even out of them to have a trophy around. Mr. Zaz?
Fly away from this world. I'm saving a special spot for you. Right here.
In taking a history of Mr. Zaz, you learn that he was on a bridge ready to die by suicide when someone came and mugged him. Someone came up to him with a knife. Mr. Zaz ends up actually killing that person, and he feels that he's doing a favor to humanity by freeing people of this horrible existence. And from that moment on, he decides he's gonna go ahead and kill people, and every mark on his body is for one killing, so he'll carve it into him.
Gostas de broken characters? Então gostas de Batman? É uma história sobre toda a gente estar broken. Bruce Wayne é o pior deles todos.
He doesn't care. He doesn't love. He doesn't have any kind of attachment to people other than using them for what he wants. We see that here.
Já reparaste que este senhor tem nariz de batata? Mas é mesmo muito batata o nariz dele.
Realizes that the teenage kid has swallowed this diamond. He's going to cut her open.
Rich kid with daddy
He
issues.
doesn't care. He doesn't care it's a person. He just wants what he wants, and he's going to do what he wants to get it. There's nothing that is psychotic about him. There's no break from reality. He doesn't seem depressed. He might be depressed at times, but depression doesn't link to his violence. He doesn't have any anxieties here. He is a psychopath. The ventriloquist in Scarface?
We got us a squeeze.
Ei, isso foi tão fixe.
No, boss, that can't be. None of us want to screw up a sweet deal like this. Glad to hear it, Muggsy. Because if there isn't, I find him it's
É disso?
for that rat.
Now, Mr. Scarface, remember your blood pressure.
Shut up! I want your opinion, dummy. I'll pull your string.
Então deve ter sido a Tali que ele acho que eles andavam-se a comer.
Mr. Scarface. In this version of the story that I see, the ventriloquist says Mr. Scarface is his own person. He believes he's someone totally different. At the same time, the ventriloquist is clearly using his voice to voice Mr. Scarface. This could be considered a dissociative identity disorder. Dissociative identity disorder used to be called multiple personality disorder. I don't think that's the case here because this individual is going back and forth from one personality to the next. That's not how this presents when somebody has dissociative identity disorder. Somebody with DID, it's called, would actually have one personality present for usually some amount of time, and then the next one would present for some amount of time. There's not going to be this going back and forth like this. That would be extremely rare.
Oh man, look at this.
Disorder, Alfred. Pause here. No, it's not multiple personality syndrome disorder, Alfred. Batman should stick to being a Dark Knight.
Olha, eu...
Psychiatrist do the psychiatrist.
É assim, eu acredito que sim. Yeah.
When Batman's standing in front of Wesker and they hear the voice of Scarface from the other room, again, that's information that suggests they're two separate people, unless Wesker's such a gifted ventriloquist he's not even moving his lips in any way to throw his voice. And Batman does wonder that. You see Batman in the Batcave talking to Alfred about the different wave patterns that play out when he's recorded Wesker and Scarface. He's showing different physical manifestations of each character. And that actually can happen in real life. If someone has dissociative identity disorder, one of the alters might even have a different physical presence than the other.
Damn, this makes the animated series even more interesting than it already is. Hello, don't hurt me, sir.
One might have a medical issue. One might even have an accent. That kind of physical difference
can
in fact happen. Here it's with a voice. Maxi Zeus?
Olha, este nem me lembro dele.
Once thou hast been cleansed by the fire from Olympus, thou shalt be as a goddess at my side throughout eternity.
Maxi Zeus believes he's a Greek god. He's talking about Mount Olympus, the ancient Greek gods, where Zeus, Hera, other people were
Este é o LTG do mundo de Gotham.
living. This weapon he's created is going to fire the fires from Mount Olympus. So there's something not quite right in what he's thinking. A psychotic disorder means that somebody has a break from reality, and they might have a delusion or a belief that is fixed and firm.
Ei, acho que tem pelo preso. Não é preso. Pelo. Como é que chama quando pelo nasce e depois volta para trás?
Hearing things, seeing things other
Pelo
people
em sentido contrário.
Another part of a psychotic disorder could be disorganized thoughts. Things don't flow. Things are just going from one place to the next in one's head.
Encravado, obrigado.
Zeus doesn't show all of those. He does show delusional thinking, but he doesn't show hallucinations, disorganized thinking, and delusions.
Não me lembro disso.
That would...
Se bem que o problema de animated series é que engloba muita coisa. Tens uma espécie de tipo primeira geração, depois a segunda, depois a terceira, e depois vêm os putos, depois vem o Justice do caralho, e depois o putas que pariu. Já está demasiado vago, acho eu, para mim.
Often go with schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a break from reality. Someone has hallucinations.
Estou aqui a olhar em volta a ver se encontro a minha PSP.
That I mentioned earlier. He doesn't have that. So what he actually has, if I had to give a diagnosis, is delusional disorder. That means that he has a fixed false belief, and no matter what, as I'm spending time with him, letting him know, have you considered that perhaps we don't live in ancient Greece? Have you considered this? He's not buying any of it. He's continuing in this way of being that shows he's this
Wait, se calhar vi aquele
powerful
episódio.
God. So to me, that means this guy is delusional.
Now, this is truly Olympus. Surely it can be no other place. There's beautiful Demeter, goddess of the harvest.
Isto é ele em Arkham Asylum?
Double-faced Janus, lord of beginnings and endings.
Maxie Zeus is walking through the hallways of Arkham, and he's commenting that each individual is a Greek god or goddess. He's really stuck in this delusional world. This isn't what's called waxing and waning, where it's going away and then it comes back and going away and comes back. This is constantly there. That's more of a sign that this is a delusional disorder. Mr. Freeze?
Lol.
Like this, abandoned and alone, a prisoner in a world you can see but never touch.
Lol.
Old and infirm as you are, I'd trade 1,000 of my frozen years for your worst day.
In psychotherapy, you're often taught to think about how you feel when you're sitting with a patient, because that can give you some clues as to what the patient might be feeling.
That's pretty insightful.
I feel extremely sad when I sit with Mr. Freeze. He's somebody who, yeah, he wants to take over the world and freeze it all. But what I feel sad about is that he is incredibly lonely. When you see here the millionaire come up to him and say, I want to live like you, he says, what are you, insane? He's using it colloquially there, not by legal definition insane, because he knows how lonely this existence is. He says, this is a horrible loneliness. I wouldn't want this for anybody. It is incredibly painful to think about not being in touch or not literally physically touching another human being for the rest of your life. And he's really stuck with that sadness. In addition, the sadness he experiences with the loss of his wife. All of his experiments were about how to help his wife Nora with a terminal illness.
Eu vi este filme. Acho que foi dos únicos filmes de Batman que eu vi. Animated. Talvez o único.
Survive. How could she live? So he's alone. He's still pining for his wife. There is that incredible sadness he still has. There might be some element of complicated grief here where even after all this time, he knows his wife is not there, but he still focuses on her death and focuses on those people that caused him to have this condition so that he couldn't help his wife. He's in an incredible amount of pain. Some people ask if Mr. Freeze might have schizoid personality disorder. Schizoid personality disorder means that someone doesn't have any desire for relationships and they actually don't want any human contact. That's not Mr. Freeze, in my opinion. He actually would love.
He just wants his wife back.
Contact. He says, I give up 1,000 of my days for one of your worst days. It's really sad. I don't think he necessarily has a mental health diagnosis. Sometimes I see people who don't have a diagnosis, they just need some support. Penguin. The penguin grew up in really difficult circumstances. He was born with this deformity, and his parents decided they were so ashamed of the deformity, they were just gonna drop him in the sewer. He ended up being raised with animals at a zoo, and he is this incredibly deformed adult now who's very, very angry and murderous. Trauma that happens when you're younger really does have an impact on your life. It doesn't make you want to become a murderous individual necessarily. That's pretty rare. But here we see Penguin really focusing on all that pain, wanting other people to feel the pain of losing their children or wanting to make sure that kids aren't with their parents, and he's dispersing this pain that somewhere is in the roots of his own existence. It's incredibly traumatic to feel like you're not wanted, that you're not loved. Even as an adult, we see how those scars play out and how they impact someone. The penguin, in some ways, wants to be loved, but he's not giving that message by being this dark and focusing on crime. So that's going to be hard for him to convey. In therapy, that's the kind of
Penguin and incel
thing I would work on with him is to say, okay, are you doing anything that's giving the message that you really want to be connected with people? I would attempt to point out to him that stealing children is not giving that message. Arkham's pretty corrupt. There are a lot of people here that don't belong in a forensic hospital. If you got a lot of forensic psychiatrists in here to evaluate the individuals, I have a feeling a lot of them would be determined to go to Blackgate Penitentiary instead of Arkham Asylum. I always want to remind people that Mental illness does not lead to violence. You're 15 times more likely to be struck by lightning than killed by a stranger with chronic psychotic illness. Good treatment can be helpful. I'm not saying that good treatment would cure Joker or Penguin or Mr. Zaz, but good treatment is important. It's important to find, and it's important to offer, and I need to talk to some people around here about getting new psychiatrists at Arkham.
What does GQ mean? What is GQ?
I like powders.
GQ videos. 10 oh my god, 10 things Simon Pegg can't live without. What the fuck? What is this? I am baffled. Mas gostei do vídeo, por isso façam like. Christian Bale breaks down his most iconic characters. Não foi Christian Bale que disse, pessoal, por que vocês gostam do gajo do American Psycho? Ele é um fucking loser. Why does TikTok hate this teacher? Se a Maria... Imagina que eu carrego nisto e o timing é a Maria... Ai, desculpa, é a Maria chegar agora. Era cool, não era? That guy in your comp psych class... What? Esse vídeo... Tá aqui esse vídeo? Tá aqui. Possibly, it could.
If you grew up in the mid-2000s like I did, then you probably remember the absolute chokehold that guitar...
Porquê que o microfone é maior que ele? É essa a stick deste gajo?
Guitar Hero and Rock Band once had on our society. I don't know if it was just because this box became the default Christmas present for most children in 2007, but Guitar Hero 3 was the first video game to ever pass $1 billion in sales.
Billion!
Equivalent of 500 wireless controllers. But that means that in the span of less than 3 years, Guitar Hero went from not existing at all to becoming one of the most financially successful video games.
Já tivemos a ver a história disto no outro
In
dia.
2010 in the mix, downstairs in copy.
But can I become... Yeah, vendedor de caralho.
I've got night sweats, heartburn. Sometimes when I get up to, I a little over 10 years now, which sounds impressive, as long as you don't ask me to play an E minor chord. I don't know what that means. Or a pentatonic scale. I don't know what that means. Or to point to a guitar. Is it this one? No, that's a lamp. Starting out, there were a lot of things I skipped that I probably shouldn't have. I didn't take lessons, I didn't learn scales, I certainly didn't learn music theory. What, do I look like a nerd to you? Don't answer that. I would just look up tabs for songs that I wanted to learn and then just keep practicing until I could play them. Tabs are great because they're like sheet music for idiots. Like, I have no idea what this note is, much less where to find it on the guitar. But if you just tell me which string to play and where to put my finger, it's pretty hard to mess that up. Most of the songs I learned starting out were just like simple arpeggios. Really, you can do a lot on the guitar just by playing 3 strings at a time and barely moving your hands.
Why is this funny?
Then I got really into trying to learn guitar solos for a while, but like simple ones I could actually wrap my head around. I can never really do that part. What's cool about learning a guitar solo though is that they tend to use like every note that works in whatever key the song is in. So once you memorize that, you kind of know where all the notes are that work with the song, and then you can just play whatever you want. little silly, man. There's no rules here. There are still laws, and you will be punished if you break them, but there's no rules to playing the guitar. So just have fun. All I ever wanted to do on the guitar was learn how to write my own music, understanding how the guitar works. So as soon as I felt comfortable enough to start like writing my own stuff, which to be clear was all very simplistic, I stopped trying to learn things and looking.
É engraçado como aquele vídeo parece que foi aos anos, mas o gajo tem o mesmo aspecto, mas por causa do filtro ou da câmera parece que foi há 30 anos atrás.
Back on it, that was definitely a mistake. I think that has
Estás bordo?
ultimately
Tens
held me
mesmo que se
back
passar
from
à frente,
continuing to
tipo,
improve.
onde é que está o Guitar Hero?
Activate star power so you can get more points.
Sabes qual é a cena? Este vídeo tem 25 minutos. Mas, por exemplo, esta intro, eu cheguei ao minuto, ao 30 second mark e saltei para o minuto 2, porque já estava muito. Beginning my journey. Cheguei aqui, pumba, saltei e já fui demais. Aqui, se calhar vai acontecer a mesma coisa, não é? Isto é 25 minutos no total, podia ser cortado para ir para 10 minutos, aposto.
But immediately messing up because you had to move your hand to do it and it threw you off, so you're actually getting fewer points than you would have if you didn't activate star power in the first place.
Mas espera, este gajo é super popular e toda a gente viu este vídeo. Até a minha prima de fato treino viu este vídeo. Há 2 dias atrás. Toda a gente viu o vídeo dele. Toda a população do mundo viu o vídeo dele.
But as far as skill went, it was clear I had my work cut out for me. Gotta be honest, I kind of think I can do expert.
Já sabes o que é que vai acontecer? É tipo... at the end of the day, it was cool to play Guitar Hero, but I'm not so sure if I improved. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Who cares? Check out the next video. Giveaway ad. My journey continues. Monk Hero. Foi este fim de semana. Closed monkey test.
I dropped my phone.
Now, I do kind of have an excuse for this. The attacks you deal in guitar battles are dispersed at random, and one of them does this thing where you can't play any notes until you hit the whammy bar a bunch. Not a big deal, right? Wrong. It is a big deal. Because even though during the rest of the game I have no...
Look, the stars look different. I've never...
About me, I don't care.
That came with getting so close to the end, but still being unable to defeat the devil because he cheated.
Gostas do clássico? És muito clássico, tu.
I'm having so much fun playing this game.
Este gajo claramente só toca guitarra para impressionar as meninas, não é pelo próprio.
There's one song left and I win.
Olha o clássico.
When did the devil...
I wish Guitar Hero made you a better YouTuber. Foda-se. Jesus destroyed. Opa. É do Guilty Gear, não é? Guilty Gear Destruction. Man, that's this guy right now. Já sabia aquilo antes do Guitar Hero. So do I, little man. Wait, what? Foda-se. The dumbest thing I've ever done on this channel.
And then I just went up to do a bit for a YouTube video, but they were really nice about it. Huge shout out to Super Kava Cafe.
Foi top tier. Calma, isto quase que parecia que tinha sido o Chief. Isto foi Chief level.
Hey guys, and welcome back to...
Já, 5 minutos, basta. Mas olha, toda a gente e a mãe deles viu o vídeo. Essa é a parte mais impressionante para mim. Neither. Vergonha na cara? Isso é para boomers. Wait, what? Do all killers think the same? Jubilee. Killers. Wait, what? What?
I did immediately.
Eu adoro Jubilee. Jubilee é a melhor cena. És eu a praticar Guitar Hero. Inicialmente era assim, com o tempo habituei-me e agora consigo tocar esta em Expert. Agora vamos tocar depois de Guitar Hero. Toca, fim. Conclusão, não sei. Mas espero que tenham gostado do vídeo e vejam o próximo.
Regret it in a
Yo,
sense,
Jubilee?
but I called my
Jubilee is
mom
cool.
and I apologized to her and I said,
Ela não tem medo deles, eles são todos assassinos. Eu, por esta altura, eu não consegui ouvir esta gaja, tipo, 3 palavras preferidas por ela sem a tentar esganar. Não sei como é que literais assassinos não. Como é que é?
I'm so sorry, I think I killed your husband. But then there was also the sense of like, oh my god.
Ui, Otoga, queres-me pôr a mim a trabalhar enquanto YouTube watcher? Não, não.
I don't have to keep
Porquê que achas que eu estou no YouTube?
anymore.
Que é
I
para não
don't have
pensar.
to live in this fear that he's going to actually come after me because it already happened.
Spectrum Killers. Oh, she's also a killer.
I would kill them again.
Oh shit! Kill them again?
3, 2, 1, go.
Eles não estão na prisão?
Thomas Ogden was a beautiful person and he was my friend.
Wait, não houve ninguém que ficasse no meio.
And
Porque matar é uma coisa. Não é? Tipo, não é propriamente uma coisa que fiz tipo on the fence, tipo, maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't.
and what happened was an accident, and I would give anything to have him back.
Hold on, se é um acidente não é killing, ou é? Killing envolve os dois. Estava a pensar em murder versus manslaughter.
My name's Forrest, and I accidentally shot and killed my best friend when I was 23 years old. I
Accidentally shot and killed?
felt like a shattered person most of my life, and there are still shards missing, but I just spent the last 5 years writing a very painful memoir. It gave me an opportunity to visit a lot of past trauma. I feel in a strong space to be a support for other survivors and create positivity in the world.
Vocês confiavam a vossa vida neste senhor? Neste primeiro senhor? Tough question. Importavam-se que ele fosse o vosso Uber driver?
My killing has been in the time of war, so I agree with what I've done. Would I do it again? I would, because if I didn't kill that individual, they would have killed me or somebody else. I was a sniper, so.
Então? Ora bem, estás com uma pistola, acidentalmente estás com uma pistola na mão, acidentalmente carregada, acidentalmente estás com um dedo no gatilho, acidentalmente estás a apontar. E acidentalmente também a compraste? Ou tiraste da mão de outra pessoa?
So I'm looking after.
Nunca percebi a diferença. Murder, killing, manslaughter, assassination, homicide. Tanto nome para matar. Depois eu é que sou edgy. Tem tudo a ver com o intent. Sabes que tudo que é interações humanas são muito complexas. É por isso que a primeira coisa que tu... A maneira como tu distingues é intent, acho eu. Não só, mas é o principal.
A platoon of 20, 30 guys, sometimes as small as 6 guys. But I don't strongly agree with it because of the after effects, like what it did to me mentally. You know, I was the first person I killed, I was 18. And I didn't
Man.
stop until I was almost 20.
Este gajo parece o Voldemort. Acidentalmente matar alguém é estás a conduzir, olhas para o tele, atropelas alguém a atravessar a rua. Isso é homicídio por negligência. O que seria diferente de manslaughter. Mas aí nos dois não tens intento de matar alguém. No entanto, num estás a ser negligente, no outro pode não ser, pode ser. I don't know, coisas complicadas.
You know, the first person I killed, I was 18, and I didn't stop until I was almost 25. So I don't regret any of it. I don't have any bad feelings towards those individuals that I did kill. They were just protecting their homeland just as much as I would too. So I would do it again to save my life or
Do it
somebody
again.
else's life.
I work in
Este foi o quê?
healthcare.
Matar
What I do is
asiáticos?
I manage life support. So I'm the guy that pulls the plug on just about everybody. So I come from a very different perspective. I have to do that for babies all the way to
Bro!
people at the end of their lives.
Como é que este gajo consegue viver? Alguém tem que fazer este trabalho, não é? E que cena! Hey, man! Fuck, eu não sei como é que se diz manslaughter. Eu queria homicídio por negligência, mas pronto. Tens aqui um artigo, o que é que achas? Homicide is the killing of one person by another. This is a broad term that includes both legal and illegal killings. For example, a soldier may kill another soldier in battle, but that is not a crime. There are various situations in which the killing of another person does not constitute a crime. Yeah, na América, cá, que eu saiba, não temos isso. Se calhar, devemos ter. A cena é que nós não, como nem toda a gente tem pistolas, tipo, só para aí os polícias, não é uma grande questão, mas na América tu tens o self-defense, né? Ou seja, legalmente estás a matar alguém. The distinction between an illegal and legal killing is therefore the difference between murder and manslaughter. Wait. Legal killing, manslaughter? Self-defense é manslaughter? Preciso de voluntary occurs when a person kills another without any premeditation. An example of voluntary manslaughter is killing committed in the heat of passion. The intent was to kill. Damn. Eu pensava que era o intent a diferença. Or inflict bodily harm, however, the action was not premeditated. Ah. Portanto, o tal acidente do carro também está aqui no manslaughter. Mas não tem aqui... ok, manslaughter se calhar está dentro do homicídio por negligência, se fôssemos para o português. Está incluído. Mas um crime de paixão, o caralho, também está. Involve a wanton disregard for life by another. Involuntary manslaughter is committed without premeditation. Isso é a parte importante. É não haver um... Pensava que era um intento, mas afinal o que é importante é não ter sido planeado. Damn, eu acho muito estranho tu dizes assim, não é o juiz de género. Então você queria matá-lo? Queria e matei-o. Mas planeou? Não. Então está bem. Não sei. Ok, mas então está bem, quer dizer, 11 anos. Até 11 anos de prisão. Você vai para a prisão para a vida. Não, mas eu nesse dia estava muito, muito apaixonado. Então é só 11 anos. Eu vi a gaja com o outro e fiquei maluco.
For like over a dozen years now, so I'm like, okay, I've come to terms with what the job is. So, yeah.
The crime and how it happened,
Man,
it was not
a vida deste gajo, bro.
I didn't go out to kill this person. And now understanding the impact that the crime had, not only on me, but the family of that person. That was a human being that I killed over some drugs, right? And his children, his family is living still in the absence of this person. It was December the 24th, Christmas Eve night. I remember me and a couple of my friends were hanging out. This particular car came up, and the passenger in the car said, hey, I want to buy some drugs from you. So I told one of my friends, I'm like, he's known to be this person that will come through the community and ask for $100 worth of drugs, but he would never have the money. And the guy did exactly what I said. He knocked the drugs out of my friend's hand, grabbed his arm, and started speeding off. And my reaction at that time was I pulled out the gun and I started shooting into the car to get him to release my friend. And days later, we heard that the bullet that I shot into the car actually killed him. To that day, I will never forget December the 24th, when that happened, the day before Christmas.
I would 100% do what I had to do over again because the
Eu não consigo ouvir a voz desta Nina. Dá-me aquele trigger, tipo...
guy was a serial perpetrator. He was after so many women. If he killed me, he would have went after my mom, all my family, my nieces, my nephews, every one of us, until he literally got what he wanted. I'm Tara Newell. I killed my attacker,
O trigger de a matar, sim.
Dirty John Meehan, in self-defense. I think it was really interesting
Ela chama-se
how
Tara?
there was one person here
Final
who had
Fantasy?
experienced prison reform, because to me,
Aqui,
my
chama-se
attacker
Tara.
would have been in there if I hadn't killed him in self-defense. And it's really interesting to hear about how there are people in there who are able to rehabilitate.
Killed in self-defense. Isso não é um crime?
I immediately regretted it. 3, 2.
I mean, eles já contaram a história. Este gajo nem sequer sabia que... Só uns dias depois é que percebeu que matou. Este percebeu logo. Por isso, provavelmente vai para o regret. Este é tipo literally his job. I don't know if you can regret your job. Like, your whole life. I don't know. Este gajo é tipo... Este gajo vai dizer tipo... Opa, é a vida, mano. Estou na guerra, o quê? Se eu não me matasse, não estava vivo para me... Não estava vivo para me arrepender sequer. Então em autodefesa e faria outra vez. Então porque injustiça, blá blá blá, whatever.
1, go.
Somewhat agree.
Why do I strongly disagree?
Yeah.
Like I said, I was a young kid. I was 18. The first guy I killed was with a 50 cal like machine gun. I was expecting it to be like the movies where you have this like feeling of when you kill someone, and it wasn't there. I didn't really feel anything. It wasn't until like that night I had this weird dream. The guy who I shot became a ceiling fan in my room. His arms and legs were the blades. His head was the center of the fan. And I watched him spin faster and faster until he tore apart and covered me in what he used to be, what was left of him. But no, I didn't feel anything. There was nothing like to feel. I knew that was the beginning of something that I was probably going to have to do for a while. No attachment at the time.
I can agree with you on that. I mean, identify with that, because my first couple of years inside of prison, I detached from it completely. When people would mention his name, I would like, don't see him as a human being. And that was very insensitive when I look back at it now, right? But I look and say that that was a way of me coping with the situation at that time.
I did immediately regret it in a sense, where I called my mom and I apologized to her and I said, I'm so sorry, I think I killed your husband. So there was that, but then there was also the sense of like, oh my gosh, I don't have to keep looking over my shoulders anymore. I don't have to live in this fear that he's gonna actually come after me, because it already happened.
Sometimes family members don't agree with the decision, and that decision is sometimes taken away from them. Being called every name in the book as I'm walking in there, but if they just don't agree, and then I'm like, I just have to go do this now, you know? But it doesn't...
Então, o que é que se passa? Qual é a dúvida? Ela fala e eu desligo, porque se eu não desligar eu vou matar alguém.
feel good.
The plot
or,
thickens?
Like, I'm not necessarily agreeing with
Valley Girl. Oh my god. I wanna get fucked tonight.
So I'm like, I disagree, yeah.
The level of heartbreak that I felt
Voldemort.
Immediately after that gunshot was indescribable, and I don't know if any of you
Fucked
saw
up on
Red
Safari.
before, but I actually saw Red.
Um gajo problemático que ela matou e que o faria de novo. Para se defender e porque ele ia fazer mal à mãe dela, era o padrasto. Ah, yeah.
And it was the most horrific thing I've ever seen, experienced, witnessed, felt in my life. I got charged with first-degree murder that night, and I was looking at doing 35 to life here in California. I couldn't even process that. There was just so much a combination of horror and grief immediately.
I am desensitized to death.
Jesus.
3, 2,
Why is she laughing? Oh my god.
go.
Man. Este gajo se calhar vai para aqui. Não. I am desensitized. This guy is desensitized? This one's laughing. She's like, oh man, I gotta get some dogs to kill. I'm gonna go to the pound and kill them all. Este gajo está tipo, por mais bebés que eu mate, nunca não me consigo habituar. Este aqui, não é? E este está tipo, brah, desenvolvimento pessoal e o caralho.
Some would agree. Why is that?
Yeah, why is that?
I do a lot of volunteer work, and the amount of people who are dying from drug overdoses and suicides right now in the arena of trauma.
O mais humano. E esta? Esta foi... O único crime desta menina, eu acho, é falar com sotaque. Oh my god! É a voz. Eu acho que, tipo... Self-defense com um abuser. Abuser? Não estou a ver. Alguém tem que fazer esse trabalho. Essa é a parte fodida.
It's becoming difficult for me to...
Mas o drama com as famílias, como ele já próprio mencionou. Epá, damn.
Feel anything anymore with the amount of people that we're losing that we don't have to.
For me, it was almost like playing God, you know? I determined the time, place, when I'm going to take that person off this planet. And it put things into perspective for me, too, that I could be going at any certain time. Like when you have to pull it, you know, you don't know when that card is going to be pulled. So I've learned to value it more and know that it's very fragile, very frail. And to not feel anything towards killing someone would probably be more devastating to me than actually taking the life, is not feeling.
Hold on, I need to clarify something.
Yeah.
I just want to be very clear that being desensitized in no way means that I don't value life.
Oh, yeah.
It's just difficult to feel the mourning over and over again.
Yeah, like I agree with you. Like there will be certain stories that I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened.
Oh my
but if
god.
someone just tells me like, oh, that person died of a
can't.
heart attack. I'm just like,
I can't with this lady.
Okay. Like it just like there's no traumatic incident with that, so I'm like my brain just disassociates, and it's like, okay.
Look at her. She's too old to have this voice.
Oh, they died naturally, so.
And from where I come from, like I get to know a lot of these people. If I don't get to know them, I get to know their family members like very intimately. It's not immediate, like, oh, they're coming in and they're gonna go. No, it's like weeks, months. I've had somebody like their 5-year-old son, and he was in the room, and I'm like, I gotta take your mom away now. And it's like, after that, I'm like, oh my god, I'll go call my mom or I'll go call my dad. It's like, it's really heavy. But I feel, like you said, like a sense of maximizing.
Opa, foi difícil matar aquela formiga, foi sem querer. Não sei se volto.
Of like,
olá Maria, estou a ver um vídeo do Jubilee. You do it again.
I don't know when my number is going to be called. Because even if I'm working in the emergency room, we've worked on somebody for 2 hours, and they're like, we really can't do anything anymore. And I'm like, just like that, gone.
Não disseste damn, tu disseste oh my god. Olha, a Nina tem esse sotaque, eu não consigo aguentá-la.
I remember this one patient. It was very much like nobody was there. They just found him on the street. He didn't even have a wallet. He was clinically dead, brain-wise, so we couldn't really do anything anymore. Me, the nurse, and the doctor just stayed in that room until his heart rate left, because we didn't want to see him leave by himself. That was one of the most what's it called?
Jesus, that's so crazy.
Like, as much as it was nice for us to do that, I just don't want strangers around me, seeing me off.
I think for me as a teenager, selling drugs, just hanging in the streets, just living a lifestyle that I didn't care if I killed someone. I was very desensitized. I didn't care. I didn't feel no remorse for it. And this was part of my own personal development. I needed to find a way to attach to that. So I started doing this hospice training inside of one of the prisons. And by listening to these individuals tell their story and the regrets that they were living with in their process of transitioning, it gave me a sense of a value of life now, and it shifted my mindset as this teenager who was very...
Pessoal, não se esqueçam de participar, não é? Vocês estão desensitized à morte ou não?
Callous towards
Sensibilizados.
I've taken care of people. They're being on life support. They'll hang on for like a very long time till one specific person sometimes just visits them. And then I'm like, I can't explain that. I could take them off, and their heart rate will keep going and going and going.
One of the guys I was working with in the prison,
Bro, a maneira como está a falar.
So this dude held on until like his sister walked into the room, and he was like not consciously. But like she spoke to him and she started like talking to him, and you started seeing him move. And then soon as she was like, I'm leaving. And like within minutes, this guy like transitioned.
Yeah, with my situation, I made him brain dead, and so he was in the hospital. And then when they pulled the plug on him, my mom literally had to tell him it's okay to go now, and then he left.
Wow.
Some weird things about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're more than just our brain, right?
Yeah. We're spirits living in flesh, man. Yeah. That's all.
I am also a victim.
Well, she's gonna say she's a victim. It's self-defense.
3.
This guy is a fucking soldier.
2,
So he's not a victim.
1, go.
This guy, it's his job. This guy is gonna say he's a victim. This one is not going to say he's a victim. O Quintino acha que eu sou insensível? Quer dizer que sou sensível, então. Damn! Olha, achei mesmo que este gajo ia se considerar a vítima.
Single the other.
But I feel like I have to be over here because...
Like, what the fuck?
The guy came after me. I was in a parking garage. I was just trying to go to the Jason Aldean concert that night. He started attacking me, stabbing me, and I fought back and I won. So I didn't ask for any of that. I honestly hated the guy, and I wished he
Wait. Ele começou a atacá-la e a esfaqueá-la e ela ganhou? I'm sorry. What? Objection!
But I never wanted to unalive or take someone's life.
Não. Vamos. Na verdade, o que aconteceu foi assim: o gajo estava a dormir e ela pegou numa faca e. Oh, filha da puta! Oh my god, oh my god! Acho que foi isso sim, foi o que aconteceu.
Right, and that was again a way of me coping.
Claramente, olhando para ela, percebes?
To do some interpersonal work, I realized that I was not a victim, that I still made a choice in the.
Mas depois o júri e não sei o que olharam para ela e disseram: bem, isto não é self-defense. No entanto, ele estava de facto a abusar da família. Por isso, isto aqui é um jury-based system, não é? Ela está a dizer que ela e a família foi abusada. Tá, scot free, vai para casa.
That I committed, right? But I just wanted to share that. Like I wanted to run over there, but I'm in this place of healing and reconciliation, And I had to like move away from the victimization mindset and take ownership for the decision that I actually pulled the trigger, committed the crime, unfortunately, and someone died, and I have to take that on because that's part of my own personal growth and development. I remember on a Friday night, 3 years into my incarceration, I remember laying in my bed watching this show called Dateline, and for the first...
Eu devia ter percebido logo pela voz. Ainda estás aí, Maria? Fala comigo.
First time I heard a mother really expressing her loss for the loss of her loved one, and that was that moment in my life where I connected with that. I'm like, yo, I did the same thing, and I went into a fetus position, and I...
Ela deve ter chamado a polícia, mas esperou umas horinhas. You know. Nunca tive vergonha de chamar logo. Só para ter a certeza, né?
Started praying, and all I kept hearing hearing this voice saying, "I have forgiven you. You have
Toda a
to
gente é
ask
capaz de
Gary,
matar.
the guy that you killed, to
Pois é, o clássico, não é?
forgive you." And in that process, this is where I began. I remember saying, "Gary, would you forgive me?" And I literally felt like, in that moment,
Toda a gente é capaz de
he
tudo,
forgave me,
dependendo
and I
da
heard it. And it's
circunstância.
almost like a weight was lifted off of me, and that's when I began this cleansing, this process of healing and moving forward, and finding a purpose and finding my voice, and all of that particular night inside of that prison, I surrendered to it.
No, I don't feel like I'm a victim for anything. Like, I chose that path. Started off wanting to be a Navy SEAL when I was like in elementary school. My mom helped me make my first ghillie suit when I was in the 6th grade. Like, it's something I've always wanted to do, and I knew it came with that. Which was...
Qual é que será o QDA? Qual é que será o QDA deste gajo no Counter-Strike?
More than likely having to kill someone, especially in the time of war.
Yeah, I'm not a victim, but the only thing I would say...
Guardas os lóbulos das orelhas num colar?
...is like they don't really prepare...
Maria, estás interessado em saber o que é que cada destes faz, ou...
into doing the job that we do. They do the day-to-day thing. Oh, this is what you do, this is what you chart, and all that stuff. And then now you're like,
já percebeste.
oh, by the way, the doctor wrote the order. Go take him off. And now I gotta walk in, or like, if it's a baby, they're still holding them in their hands and stuff. And like, go take them off. And so, I never really thought about it. Like, nobody's like talked to me or anything. Like, by the way, this is where you're gonna feel afterwards, or like when you get home after you clock out and everything like that.
Yeah, we didn't have a
Estás a tirar ideias de como é que has de matar alguém?
handbook on that either. Like,
yeah,
they teach you how to kill, but there's no...
Atinge-me o olho esquerdo ao pé deles todos.
I have profited from the murder. 3, 2, 1.
Ok. Profited from the murder. Well, a Nina tem que ir para o Strongly Agree, senão eu não sei. O segundo gajo pela primeira vez vai concordar, acho eu, não é? Tipo, não é? Kill or be killed. I mean, este gajo sobrevive, não é? O ordenado dele vem de desligar a ficha para os bebés, não é? Estes dois vão ter que dizer que não. Este provavelmente vai dizer que sim. Este provavelmente vai dizer tipo personal growth e então day profit. Sou uma pessoa muito melhor.
Go.
Oh não!
Make me feel bad about this.
Ficou no meio?
That word's kind of
strong, yeah.
Profited. É verdade, aquilo tem como é que se diz? Uma moral charge. What the fuck, concordo. Yeah, tipo, what the fuck? Eu pensava que ela era praticamente a única que ia para o Strongly Agree. Este se calhar também. E este para o Agree. Ou para o Strongly Agree. Ou seja, matem pessoas. Sempre uma boa experiência. Eu estava à espera deste ir para aqui. Mas foi para aqui. Que cena. Quero ver o que é que ele diz. Se calhar ele está a pensar do início. No início do género. Drug stuff. E de um dia para o outro, olha, estava na shoulder.
Why don't you like that
I don't
word?
think that's profiting.
I don't like it
All right,
either.
That's exact.
I don't think
Okay.
it applies
Eu acredito.
universally.
Yeah.
Right? Homicide is a universal term. As far as profiting from any part of my story, no. I've spent the last...
By the way, Self-defense não é murder. Fundamentalmente.
4 years, 5
Digo
years
eu.
struggling to write and publish a book, and I spent about 80 G's on it and made about 4,000. And that's not why I did it. I did it because I want to help people, but I don't.
Este aqui está no legal. Estes dois estão no legal murder, não é? Esta também está. Tecnicamente.
Think that it's very common for people to profit off of recovery from stuff, right? Well, maybe it is. I don't know.
I guess I'll go over here then. My attacker, my show got made into a podcast called Dirty John, and then it got made into a documentary, a TV show on Bravo, and now on Netflix. And so
How is she not profiting? Wait a minute. She kind of disagrees? Mas está a receber guito de programas da Netflix e o caralho? Ou se calhar vai dizer o contrário, tipo, eu não quero a minha vida ser mostrada na Netflix, mas afinal está assim... É isso que ela vai dizer, não vai? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
felt like I've been exploited in the sense
É isso que ela está a dizer.
because I did not make anything off of the podcast. Although people think I profited off my story, I did not.
But also.
Well, then she's stupid. It's just stupid.
And you get paid to take his life.
No, not at all.
Okay, so if you profited off of if I profit off of anything, it's my hard work afterwards.
Yeah.
It's my hard work to share and be of service. So no, you didn't. People hate profit. Sometimes they just hate you just because you made money.
Yeah.
For me, as a speaker and a trainer, I struggled with that for a long time, right? You know, I committed this crime, and yes, I did all of the work that I've done.
Só quer mostrar que a virtuosa inventar é mau e não te engana. A história dela doesn't add up. Who is she? Depois vemos quem é.
That I am today, but then sometimes I don't sleep at night, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that I've made this bag of money or whatever. Any money I get, I want to be able to live comfortable. It's not about getting something in luxury. How could I help some young person? So we do the nonprofit work. But my 5-year goal now, or 10-year goal, is
Profit
to do
é
whatever profit I
muito
make is to create a foundation.
morally
Going
charged.
back to that promise I made to him almost 30 years ago inside of a prison cell.
It initially started as me writing a journal. My dad suggested I did that. I was going through a hard time, self-medicating and contemplating some bad decisions. Started off as that, and it got picked up by a major book publishing company, and it went on to become essentially like an autobiography of that time in. After accomplishing that, I went on to what I do currently, which is write, novels and stuff like that, not based on my life because I did feel a certain way about it, of profiting from killing, I get what you're saying too. All the work that you put in there after, that's on you, but I also see it as, well, I killed all these
Aliás, ela veio-me
guys
buscar
and
para
I wrote
ir
a book about
ir
it
dormir.
and profited from it.
Were you an
E
E4
foi?
E5?
E5, yeah.
That's all the money you made off it.
Right?
Once again, complex issue that gets lumped together. If somebody has money, they must be doing something for profit.
Yeah.
And I think where an answer is, do we follow purpose or do we follow the money? It's going to go away when I die. It's not going to
Yeah.
matter. What's going to matter when I die is what I did. Am I proud of myself for the things that I did?
I often see money more of like as an amplifier for what people can do, what reach they can do.
Yeah, what you can make impact on now, knowing when I go speak to young people today about gun violence and about my story, the only way they can get out of a situation is if I have money.
Maria, não tenho...
Yeah.
Não. Olha aí, Maria.
Right, that I can create a safe space for them to go after school. So I have to make some money to be able to do that, you know what I mean? But I don't want to make a bunch of money and I'm living here and then I walk into the community and say, hey, young kids, put the guns down, prison, say no to prison. And I drive away in this nice car and forget about them, right? So that's where I'm at. Like, purpose for me is about how do I make impact in the lives of the people that I serve.
Taking a life was part of God's plan for me.
Lá vai a loira para a direita. E pisca, pisca. Eu nem quero saber dos outros. São questões estranhas, não são? Estão a ficar cada vez piores.
3, 2,
Este
1.
gajo está tipo, I don't fucking know. What the fuck question is that? Aqui vou para a direita.
I'm unclear with that one. That's why I'm like this.
You're on the other side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be who I am today.
Eu acho que eles ficaram todos tipo. À exceção desta que foi tipo, soa-me bem, vou para aqui. Mas todos os outros ficaram tipo, I don't,
To be able to have the
I
experience
don't fucking
that I've
know.
had and become who I've become without taking a life. I learned my lesson after all the killing. You know, my last deployment dropped over 30 guys, 33 people, and who knows how many before that. But what I had to get through and overcome to stand here today far exceeded anything I've done in the military. Being emotionally somewhat strong and what I've had to overcome. There's been a lot of dark nights where didn't think I was going to be here.
Que dê a 33.
Why I'm like this?
Yeah, I know what you mean though, yeah.
I don't want it to be perceived to be insensitive about the victim.
Quantas assists?
Right, but I know on this part of me, I look at my friends who I grew up with at 19 years old, and I did 22 years in prison, and when I came back home, they were at the same spot under the same tree we sold drugs at. But then if over here, I think about the Gold Dinger's family, because their son is like, oh, God destined my brother or my son to die. You know what I mean? So.
But if you believe in God, then that would be, he already knew that before you
I
were
get
born,
that part.
you
I
know?
mean, I'm a spiritual man, right?
yeah,
But I'm
same.
just like, it's just, that's my dilemma when it comes
If
to.
there's a God, I don't think that he's letting some kid be blown apart in Iraq because he's busy
Depois
helping.
passas a bola, passas a bala. Wait, what?
Right? I don't think that the
Com os
realm
teus
of the
amigos de infância?
spirit is as concerned with human affairs. I think that the sun rises and sets for a reason. It rockets through space at 40,000 miles an hour.
Spiritual, medical, lyrical individual.
With a bunch of rocks around
Yes,
it
thank
for a
you.
reason, and animals have instinct for a reason, and I think
Esta pergunta é estúpida, em suma. Nenhuma resposta deles vai ser fixe.
human beings,
Free will.
it's a
Não
little
por culpa
bit-
deles.
And I think things just happen sometimes. There doesn't have to be meaning or a plan.
But then it's hard for a person who lost a loved one to wrap that. For me, my homicide is.
Faz um cruzamento da bala e o gajo na grande trincheira de espada. Atiras-lhe uma magazine, não é? Ai, apanha a magazine e ele espeta na.
Completely different than most of you in this room is someone died by me pulling this trigger.
Cruzamento
and
da
I
bala.
can't say it was in God's plan.
I pulled the trigger too. And I
Yeah.
thought the gun was empty. And I still can't wrap my head around a stupid decision like that. Even though that it malfunctioned and acted unloaded, had I done all the right things, the 4 safety rules, it never would have happened.
Yeah.
And I still
Eles têm safety rules bem claras, não é? God, Americans are stupid. Não porque ele não seguiu as rules, mas simplesmente porque eles precisam das rules porque toda a gente tem pistolas. God, they're stupid.
I was nervous coming here because I can't. I don't
Claramente as
know
pessoas.
what I was.
Tipo, olha o exemplo deste gajo. Claramente as pessoas não vão conseguir seguir as regras. Why risk it? Why?
I wasn't thinking. And I had no intent at all. There's no way I would have as soon put it to my head or at the floor or whatever. And I can't remember ever doing that before or after. And it was a mistake.
I think for me, it was part of my dharma. I'm a little bit more spiritual, so
My
I think
God,
it was
my
life's
dharma.
purpose, to be honest, because of what I do today. Whenever I speak,
Pera. Hold
it
on,
was
hold
part
on.
of my dharma. I'm a little bit more spiritual, so I think it was my life's purpose, to be honest.
Hold on.
Because
Olha a cara deste gajo. Este gajo já matou 30 e tal pessoas, certo? Ele está a olhar para ela, está tipo... Bro, you're capping. You're capping right now. He's like... Bitch. Why are you talking? Why are you talking? He knows. He knows he's bullshitting.
Because of what I do.
Este gajo está a tentar perceber. Ele está com a cabeça de lado. É tipo os cães. Ele está tipo. Se eu puser a cabeça de lado, talvez a perceba. Ela não está a fazer sentido nenhum, mas o meu lado espiritual. O meu lado cognitivo não percebe, mas o meu lado espiritual talvez consiga uma conexão.
Today, whenever I speak, I always have people contact me and say that they left an abusive relationship or what I shared helped them get out of their attack.
Sharing your story helps other people, and
Yeah.
you feel that. Yeah,
I call it transparency transports people.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like really honest about who I am, because there's someone else, not just in a physical
Mas tu
prison,
32
but
agora.
also in a mental prison. And by hearing your story, hearing all of our stories, it helps transport them to another space of showing that I can't escape this particular prison.
After having this discussion,
He can tell, man. He can tell.
Lester, choose a side.
Really?
Can't make you.
I'm just gonna say, I don't think it's fair to make you choose a side. You believe what you believe.
I'm gonna stand just a little bit over there. Please, like respectful.
I really like what you did, man, because we move in seconds and inches.
Yeah.
We measure progress in
This guy.
years, you know?
This motherfucking guy.
That was kind of a lot.
What's up?
This episode was just sort of intense, and I think I need a little time to debrief now.
What is this bullshit?
Life's got you down bad, huh?
Yeah, just a little, you know, sometimes I need...
I can't.
Whenever you need me. Just
Are enough resources for me to heal. 3, 2.
There are enough resources. Se esta Nina fosse honesta... Ei! Pessoal, o que é que acham? Vamos a votos. Como eu acho que esta está a ser desonesta, eu acho que ela vai para a direita. Mas eu não sei ao certo o que é que ela vai responder. Mas eu acho que ela vai para a direita. Não, desculpa, eu acho que ela vai para a esquerda. Por não ser honesta. Este gajo... Esta eu acho que vai para a esquerda. Os últimos dois vão para a direita. Eles acabaram, não é? Disseram tipo 30 anos a evoluir e não sei o quê. Este não sei o que é que vai dizer. Olha para ele está a olhar para o vazio. Ele deve ter um psicólogo mesmo dedicado às pessoas que fazem o trabalho dele, certo? Está contemplado.
1, go.
Damn! What a twist! Cheira-me que ela vai dizer I have so many people helping me with the podcast. Oh my God!
I was in the military. It was like looked down upon to
Só acertei nos outros de trás.
go seek mental help or anything. Dude, you'd get kicked off the team.
Eu este disse
in
que não
a
sabia.
heartbeat. I don't want a guy who's soft watching my back, you know, or what I perceived at the time to be soft.
É, não é? Estes dois está contemplado que vão ter eventos traumáticos, certo? Este aqui, não é? São eventos traumáticos, dois tipos de bastante diferentes um do outro. Tem que estar contemplado, eles têm que ter psicólogos e etc. De género, bem, nós já mais do que sabemos que pessoas que vão matar e não sei o quê, que não voltam direitas, portanto temos aqui ao que sabemos até hoje, vamos tentar ajudá-los.
Yeah. After each deployment, our therapist was like a 18-wheeler truck full of kegs of beer and more beer. And 12 hours ago, I just took a life, 21 years old, at a strip club in Atlanta, drinking, you know, till my eyes pop out to cope. We would talk to like a psychiatrist, but we were encouraged to write down, you know, I didn't have this emotion, I didn't see this, so we could get home early to see our family. But 2 or 3 years ago, I decided to talk to someone and figure out why I was the way I was, because I wanted to change. I didn't like being Everywhere I went, you know, I'm looking at everyone and it's gonna sound so bad, but I was polite to everybody who I met, but I always in the back of my mind had a plan to kill them, just in case the situation.
Isso é normal. Olha para a reação dela. Why is she laughing? Ela é de longe a pessoa mais perigosa aqui e o QDA do outro gajo é 30 e tal quilos. Ainda assim, eu não estaria nada seguro ao lado dela. Why is she laughing?
Presented itself. If something went south, I've already mapped out and planned for 3 different scenarios how I would kill this person. And I was comfortable being in that state of mind because it kept that protection, you know, that wall up. But
o que ele está a dizer é perfeitamente natural.
It gets tiring after a while to always be that way. You know,
for me, I look at this, right? I want to run over here to the strongly disagree. It's almost because of the length of your sentence and you, like I was serving life, I didn't become
Em vez de terem psicólogos que os apoiam a lidar com o trauma, arranja a forma de os tornarem máquinas de matar.
eligible for most of the classes in prison until I came down to my last 3 years in prison, right? Now I have to run back over here to strongly agree after being a person who's been released from prison. I've learned these different things that now help me to cope with all of the stuff that comes with me living inside of a prison, not only being a person who took someone's life, but seeing other individuals get killed inside of the prison. Right, you see people get stabbed in prison over some of the simplest things. No one would come and talk to you about, like, was that triggering for you? Wow. How did you saw this person blood spill out over the concrete? Nothing, right? This is why I challenge the prison system and anyone who works in that prison environment to create more mental health services for those in prison, because yes, that person may have committed a violent crime, but we don't know their story.
I'm like that with the military, man.
Yeah.
There's not enough, in my opinion.
The
It's
VA
not encouraged enough, yeah.
The VA helped me somewhat, right? I'm not going to say the VA didn't help. But when I was suicidal, I didn't call the VA helpline because I didn't want to sit here and fill out a strongly agree and disagree form and wait in a waiting room. And I called another brother, and he sent me to a program called Save a Warrior, and I experienced something, it might sound weird, called initiation there. The participant faces their own death, and they receive a transitional object. And something about that changed my psyche, and something clicked. And we did stuff like the ceremony for the dead there, where we write the names of the people we've lost and the people we've killed, and we get to cry and like feel and process and become human again, because war can break us, and prison can break us and make us incomplete and not human. And when we use different modalities to place that humanity back together, then we can have community. Right? And community is the antidote to a lot of human suffering.
Yes, sir.
I wrote a 12-step program for vets and first responders called SPARTA, Suicide Prevention and Resilience Training Anonymous. We meet once a week. And I used to think there wasn't enough resources, and the more I get involved, it's not that the help isn't needed, it's that there's abundant ability to create resources. Right? And once we break that, we start to be the creator of it, we create the small nonprofit that serves the area. It's like the Matrix fails, you know?
Yeah.
That was long, sorry.
No, you're good.
Well, I have to apologize for like chuckling when you said that part, because I was like, oh wait, I have a plan to kill people too, unfortunately. And then I used humor as my trauma response sometimes. So
She uses what now?
And then I used humor as my trauma.
Humor. She uses humor as her trauma response. Portanto, o gajo estava a contar... portanto, nós voltávamos do deployment e davam-nos cerveja para apanharmos a puta. E ela cagou-se a rir. E isso é usar humor... Yikes.
Response sometimes. So I strongly agree that
apanhar a puta para afogar as mágoas.
I have the resources and the tools I need, because I'm gonna forever be on my healing journey, and I'm always gonna look for them and find them. However, talk therapy, I don't think is very beneficial to a lot of people. I think that a lot of therapists need to learn about the nervous system because a lot of what we went through, we had to use our fight response. So I had to learn how to calm my nervous system to get to homeostasis, to the baseline.
Like as a person of color, it's like growing up, like as an immigrant, it's more like it is what it is. When you like things happen to you, it's like you don't really like, oh yeah, go see your therapist or anything like that. Especially working through the pandemic, I have never seen like that much death in my whole life, and I've been doing this for at the time like 10 years. And this was before the vaccine, and I'm like, I don't see the end of this tunnel yet. For me to quit the job would mean other people would die. And for me to continue this job, meaning I would die. And then that was the first time I'm like, I really don't know what to do right here. And that's the first time I'm like, wait, there's this thing called therapist. Maybe I should go talk to one. I wish it was.
She's laughing again. Na minha cabeça, usar o humor como trauma response é fazeres piada com a tua desgraça da situação, não com a dos outros. Não tipo teres um, como é que se diz? Ela foi tipo refletivo? O gajo conta uma coisa horrível. Desculpa. É o meu trauma response. Desculpa. Não sei, sou horrible.
It's more readily available and accepted at the same time because none of my friends go and see their therapist, and I can completely tell them like you wouldn't have certain amount of issues if you just kind of worked on yourself in a different way. Or maybe not therapist, but like a different way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like coaching.
Right here too, again, I want to run over here, right? Went in prison at 19, walked out, I was 41, into a completely different world, right? Wow. So now, like, my organization, Path to Redemption, is that I want to provide that service. Like, how do you cope when you walk into a grocery store after 20 years?
Oh my God.
And you walk in the self-serving line, you got to swipe that card, and you don't know how. Or you walk through a line.
Ela agora riu porque ele também riu. Há bocado foi pior. Maria.
And it beeps, right? And you thinking that is going to be tackled by the police because they think you're stealing something, right? And this is why, like, you and I, individuals, can create that.
Ela não deita. E alguém faz-lhe trauma dump.
I'm running over.
All right, so there is not by any means enough space to talk about, like, I was a foster kid, right? So I got raised in
foster kid, killer. I see the connection.
Poverty and abuse and negative relationships. So what did I do when I grew up? I created poverty and I created negative relationships, right? And that type of a wound, it's such a cultural taboo that there's not a space to talk about that and the impacts, and then what do we do and where do we go from there? So
come on back over here. You got me feeling kind of. I was saying I wanted to.
Eu não estou a dizer que ela é fixe, para mim é psicopata, só estou a tentar ser analítica.
Do it right, but I think.
Não, só preciso de uma pistola.
I think that's important, man.
And everybody in this circle is a wounded healer and also a servant leader, right? So when we see a gap in something that's needed, it's not just us. So that's where a tremendous opportunity is to create and be of service to. A
única pessoa aqui que vai matar pessoas de certeza, tipo daqui a 5 minutos, depois desta entrevista, não é? É este gajo aqui da direita. You see you guys, I'm gonna pull a plug of a fucking baby. O gajo tem Down syndrome, os pais não o querem. Estou a brincar, pessoal. Sorry. Guys, é meu trauma response. É porque sou um foster kid.
It was dope talking to y'all, like
Anyways,
learning
trash.
the different angles of, because I was kind of like skirmish about that title Killer, but listening to all of the different challenges of it, you know, I really appreciate it. For me, I go back to South Carolina and go back into the Department of Juvenile Justice and work with these young people. This is what I want to take back, right? Like this, I want to take that.
Same boat, man. A lot of preconceived notions we have about people. I might look at you a certain way, and never would have had a clue that there's a commonality or something we can all relate on and learn from.
It's not every day you get to meet someone that's taken a life, or, you know, and for me it's made me feel alone at times and not be able to be understood by people because of the emotions and stuff that we have to go through.
I agree.
Há qualquer coisa nesta selfie que eu acho super insensível. Não sei explicar. Vocês sabem? Eu não sei explicar. Sou só eu? XD, exato. Mete na nossa página do Face. Mas eles criarem um grupo para eles. Os assassinos. Como é que é, pessoal? Bora tomar um café? Opa, não sei. Oh, man. União de assassinos, bubu. Oh my god. Let's totally make like a Facebook group. And then we can talk about the ways that we feel. Meu Deus. Olha, vamos dormir? Pessoal, mais uma vez, muito obrigado pela vossa companhia. Maria, por favor, não mates ninguém. Por favor. E é isso, portem-se mal. Bem, desculpa. Bem, portem-se bem. Vamos lá. Beijinhos, beijolas. Cadela já me fez chamar para dormir. Vocês já sabem, tem que respeitar a cadela, não é? Beijoco.